Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another painting stream here on youtube.com/Johnny Chiodini. I am Johnny Chiodini. And goodness me, if that isn't something I have to live with every single day. But, hi. I hope everyone is well. I've seen from the chat before we went live that a couple of you are feeling a little bit stressed. So, hello in particular to those of you who are having a bit of a tough time today, but hello indeed to everybody. There are 118 of you watching right now, so let's just chill out for 4 hours or so. We're gonna just have a nice time, and today I will be painting this trained troll. Let me swing my lamp over here so we can see it a bit better. Here we go. This is a trained troll for Blood Bowl, which is basically, if you're not aware of it, it's like Warhammer does American football. It's a very, very fun and silly game that I have just recently started playing more frequently. It's already my favourite Games Workshop game. Like, will I ever play Age of Sigmar again? Who knows? Because I'd rather play Blood Bowl than most things right now. Everyone's saying that it's quite suspicious that I'm saying that I am who I am. I promise I am. No, I'm not. I have changed out of the Bulbasaur dungarees for those of you who caught pictures of those earlier on social media, simply because they're quite warm and it's a little muggy today, but I have to wear this apron so I don't ruin my clothes. And I just thought it's easier if I wear jeans underneath. So I have changed my clothes. But anyway, a trained troll. Because I've just started a goblin team. And basically the trained troll is this absolutely massive thing running around. Like, you'll see the protection on its foot here is actually a bear trap. And one thing they can do is pick up goblins and throw them. So this goblin's got the ball. The trained troll is going to try and throw them toward the end zone. It's all very, very silly. And it's just another wonderful part of a ridiculous game. So, yeah, today we're going to be basically focusing on this. It's funny, autofocus. If I get through this entire model over the course of the stream, then we'll move on to something else, I'm sure. But not only am I going to try and paint this up in some lovely sort of purples and blues on the skin tones, but I'm going to be trying to work out the colour scheme on the actual like uniform and armour. And I think with this lot, what I really want to go for is a really rich sort of cherry red, sort of a really like a really rich, ostentatious red, and I don't know what to balance that with. Currently, I'm thinking maybe cream, but then I paint everything in cream at the minute, so I'm wondering if that's not just me being a one-trick pony, but we'll get to that, because we're going to start with the skin, and we'll move on from there. West Coast Weaver's done a super chat, saying, it's my birthday, so I'm taking the day off and trying my hand at painting miniatures. Thanks for helping to keep me sane this past year. Very happy birthday to you, West Coast Weaver. I hope you're having a wonderful time. And I hope your miniature painting goes well. If you have any questions, then I'm sure everyone in the chat will be able to help, or I can pitch in as well if I catch them. Yeah. Nordfjord says, how the heck does tabletop football work? So it's kind of the same way as, in American football, you set up for a drive where there's a team that's kicking and there's a team that's receiving the ball, and you kind of set up on the line of scrimmage. And then basically, it's the same thing in like American football, right? The players are free to run around and do things until, for example, the ball carrier falls down. If that happens, the action is stopped, and they set up again for another sort of another hut drive on the line. It's not quite like that in Blood Bowl, because everyone on your team can be activated once during your turn, and they can do things like block the other players, or they can move around, they can try and pass the ball, they can try and pick up the ball, all sorts of things. You can even, once per turn, you can try and foul someone else, which is great. I love doing it. But if at any point you mess something up, like if you try and block someone and you fall down, then that's immediately a turnover. And your turn is over, and the other player's starts. So there's a risk element to everything in Blood Bowl. Well, not everything. You can do some things for free, like if no one's marking you, you can move, etc., etc. But a lot of the things require you to pass a roll, and depending on what team you're playing, there'll either be pretty safe bets or very risky. So, for example, if you're an elf and you want to pick up the ball, generally speaking, you roll a d6 and you're looking to get a 2 or higher. Whereas if you are a dwarf, you're generally looking for a 4 up. Orcs, just like, I mean, especially with passing, just don't ever do it. Don't ever try and pass the ball as an orc. Picking up the ball is risky enough when you are an orc. So yeah, it's all about learning your team's strengths and developing strategies from that. And it's hilarious. Like, it's absolutely hilarious. I had a disastrous game. I talked about this in a previous painting stream. I had a disastrous game a couple of weeks ago. Was it just a week ago? It was just a week ago. But it was so funny. I didn't care. I lost 4-0 and had a wonderful, wonderful time. So there we go. Will says, honestly, having played American football, it's basically a board game already. Exactly. Mortal Koala says, does the line of scrimmage exist outside American football? How does Johnny know about this? I've watched American football in the past. And also line of scrimmage is just the term you use sort of in Blood Bowl. So it's easy to assume that the line of scrimmage is what it's called in American football. Lauren Frost has done a super chat saying, I got into tabletop because of you and how amazing you are. My partner got me a chicken in a D20 today and I'm ecstatic. Thank you for all you do. A chicken in a D20? That sounds honestly phenomenal. And Loki Akai has done a super chat saying, a reading nook replete with hanging egg chair is next on your beer garden's journey to happenhood. That is so interesting, Loki Akai, because I have actually ordered a hanging egg chair for the balcony of my flat, and I cannot wait to read books in it. So that was frankly prescient. But thank you so much for your super chat. And also, yeah, to you, Lauren Frost, I really appreciate it. And I'm really glad that I get to sort of bring a bit of tabletop goodness into your lives. Hopefully, in a sort of demystified. Oh, I love this purple. Sort of a demystified, not sort of intimidating sort of way. Intimidating, I suppose, would be the word, not intimidatey. But oftentimes with hobbies, with any hobby really, but also with, games like Blood Bowl or any sort of war game or miniature game really that has miniatures you have to assemble and paint, but also, rules to pick up and, knowledge of the different factions and sort of all that meta knowledge. It can be really, really daunting. I remember, even though one of the clubs I occasionally sort of visit to play in is the friendliest place ever, and I've made a bunch of friends through it, walking in there is still really bloody scary. Because I'm like, no, I want to get a table and play some Warhammer, and it's terrifying. So if I can lower the barrier to entry even 1 iota, then I'm happy. So I'm glad that people have sort of discovered some tabletop games thanks to my inane prattling. But yeah. So how was everyone's weekend? Mine went very quickly, to the point where today I was like, I really need to get some work done. But it feels like a Sunday. So at least I remembered to turn up for this stream. What was my weekend like? It's fine. I watched the Italy game yesterday. Went to a tap room and I was the only person in there watching the game full stop, let alone supporting one team or the other. What did I do on Saturday? What did I do on Saturday? I had fun, but what was I doing? Oh, I played video games. That was it. Played some video games with a couple of friends, just playing some Sea of Thieves and chatting. And then I met up with those same friends and we played a board game. It was great. We were sort of like, it'd be great to play a board game. Shall we? So then we met up about an hour later. It's great. It's nice to be able to do that sort of thing again, now that things are slowly opening up. And, I rebooked my second vaccine appointment, and it's going to be 3 weeks earlier than I was originally quoted, which feels great, because getting fully vaccinated is going to be a nice thing. So, yeah, there we go. Hoplite22 says, Fruitful managed to get a new graphics card in the desert. It is the current retail market for such things. That is genuinely impressive. I don't know how anyone is managing it at the moment. It's like I keep thinking I really ought to knuckle down and get product alerts on, etc., and look more seriously at getting a PS5 so I can start playing Demon Souls on the channel and all this kind of stuff. And then even thinking about it defeats me. I'm like, I'm just going to wait. Oof, Lucenthius says, my weekend was very tiring. I spent it packing all my stuff ready to move out. That sounds knackering, in fairness. Moving house is one of the worst things. It's so unbelievably stressful. So you have my sympathies. I'm determined never to move house ever again now. That's it. This is where I live forever. Even if they decide to knock this building down, they have to drag me kicking and screaming from it. I'm not. They can pack for me if that's what it's going to come down to. Hoplite22 says Discords with stock alerts mostly. I didn't think about having getting Discords involved with stock alerts. That's very clever. Purple. I'm kind of making this up as I go along. I'm not going to do the actual goblins for this team in purple. I'm going to do them in sort of, gobbo green. But I wanted to do the trolls slightly differently. So all of the skin at the minute is just getting covered in this purple. But then what I want to do, I've got a lighter purple here, sort of to go with that. But really, I wanted to get these blues involved. So I think actually you can kind of see on the back of this troll, hopefully, there's lots of sort of raised bumps where the spikes are coming out and stuff. I'm going to keep those purple, but all the musculature, like this big bicep here, I'm going to go over that sort of in blue and just sort of start working up a nice tone. And then the belly here, come on, I'm going to do blue and then work up into a much lighter blue as I go. Bit of fun. Sorry, I'm just going to move the mic because I'm doing it again. I'm giving myself a bit of a sore throat. So if I move that to there, that should be fine. And I can sort of relax, yada, 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 because my posture's bad when I paint. So on and so forth. Everyone is now seemingly just sharing stories of how much they hate moving house. I don't know anyone who enjoys that process. And to be honest, I kind of suspect if anyone says they do, they're lying. No, I love it. It feels so organised. No, it's horrible. It's a horrible, hateful experience that makes you somehow despise yourself for taking up space and owning the things you own. And that's not a healthy procedure, especially when it feels like people are just waiting to pounce and try and extort cash from you for minor cosmetic changes to the place. Because you know what? Sometimes you'll bump into a wall or something, or a floor will get scuffed. But hey ho, I could rant about renting an accommodation until the cows come home, but we're here for good nice chilled vibes. So I'll cut that straight out, shall I? Let's just give it a rest. Right, so no, I'm gonna need a second coat of this purple. I was hoping that I could get away with it. Come on. Autofocus, please. There we go. But you can see it's kind of patchy, especially up here over the head. So we're going to keep going. Do another coat. I think the only good thing about moving house is that every time I've done it, we've just quietly agreed that we're going to get the stuff in there and we're just going to order a takeaway and just sit on the floor amongst all the boxes and, you know, acknowledge that we're tired and give ourselves the permission to just take some time off. As long as we've got a bolt hole to sleep in, that's enough for the day. And that always feels good. It's like, you know what? We've done it. We're here. Everything else can wait. Right now, it's just you and me and this tofu and black bean sauce. Or substitute whatever your favourite Chinese food is. I have some really fond memories, actually, of like the first place my wife and I moved into, and then the second place, and then this is the third place we've lived in together. Just moving in and just being exhausted, just being like, oh, let's just sit on the floor, and we don't even know where the cutlery is, but let's just eat. So how I can imagine, you know, like oftentimes fantasy authors get made fun of for like really going hard on the descriptions of like campfires and what everyone's having for dinner and stuff. It's like, well, yeah, it's a bit where everyone agrees to just stop having a vaguely horrible time for a bit and just they're going to enjoy the simple savor of taking on chemical energy. If I were to ever write a fantasy novel, you'd bet that there would be lengthy campfire sequences where people are just not on a death march for a bit, you know? Okay. Right. Yeah, that's solid enough purple. So what I want to do now is I'm going to get some of this sort of darker blue down. This is Cantor blue, but I am going to put in some of this purple just to make them slightly, just to match the two tones a little bit better. Wow, Mr. Tom for the win says, last time I moved house, we ended up technically homeless for a few hours because something got fucked up somewhere in the exchange. Sat in the local park with my young kids, bricking it. I can imagine you were bricking it. Bloody hell. That's terrifying. Will puts it very well, as per usual. Food is very important to human experience. Any author who skims over it is hiding a great moment to make characters people. Very true. Okay. Right. Okay, alright. We can do this. Oh my god. Anonymous says, when I moved into my current flat, I arrived with the boxes of stuff to find the elevator not working. I live on the 9th floor. Just fortunate I'd got my furniture in earlier. I mean, fucking hell. I'd turn around and... No, I don't know what I'd do. I don't know what... I would probably have to lug it up 9 flights of stairs. And I would feel very bad about it. Anyway, I've accidentally punted us into sharing stories of woe in terms of moving house. How about... Oh, no, that's the colour I just used. How about what are your happy memories? Last place you lived, what's your happiest memory from there? Go, go, go. I have a lot from the last flat I moved into because it was where we raised Watson. It's where we were living when we got married. What else was good about that place? It's just good. It's very cool in the summer. It was nice. So, good stories of houses now, please. If you would be so kind. While I just start daubing on blue. I think I'm going to do blue. I'll show you in just a second, but I think I'm going to do blue pretty much everywhere except the really deep crevices. So you can see on the arm, sort of in the handprint there, sort of in the crease of the palm, there's still some purple showing through. But generally speaking, I'm covering up all that purple. Just to kind of Try and differentiate it from the hardest sort of skin and stuff on the troll, and mostly because I'm making this up as I go along. So there we go. Where's that music gone? Put something on in my ears. I don't quite know where she is, but I can hear Watson snoring very gently. It's very sweet. Okay, just painting this troll's abdominal muscles, because this thing's got obliques that I think most bodybuilders would kill for. And I'm going to have a look at some of your happier home stories. Okay, what are people saying? Mortal Koala says, my friend moved into his new house 2 years ago and we spent April and May converting his backyard into a community vegetable garden. Yes, please. That sounds amazing. Good work for a good cause and also just fun. I'm not a keen gardener, I'll be perfectly honest with you, but I really... There's no disrespect to people who are keen gardeners and grow lots of flowers and stuff, because they are beautiful and it's rewarding to have something, you know, grow that you've nurtured, etc., etc. But I just can't get behind growing anything I can't take to the kitchen. Like, so a vegetable garden sounds bloody ideal. I've got sort of plans here for trying to get a herb garden started, maybe on the balcony, and because we've got cats, they eat everything. They ate my last chili plants, which is a shame because I love growing chilies. So we're kind of trying to come up with a plan of how we can start growing veg without the cats just eating all of it and then sicking it up on the rug, which is harder than you think. It really is. The Nice Witch says, living with your partner is very cool because no one ever has to go home. You're just both there already. It's brilliant, isn't it? None of that like, oh, should we go to my place or yours? Like, when do you want to stay this week? It's like, I'll see you home. It frees up so much time. It's honestly incredible. Very weird how much you're just like, oh, this is, you know, one of the main points of discussion in our relationship has now become super, super easy. So all we have to talk about now is what we fancy for dinner until one or both of us dies. Anyway. Danny Moss suggests netting over the plants. If I put netting over plants, if that was a cat tip, knowing these two cats, they would just lie on the netting. I think they don't go out on the balcony, so we'll just start growing things out there. But we have to sort of wait until the right season to plant a bunch of stuff and yada, yada, yada. Here's how the troll's coming on. Doesn't look much different than when I finished doing the purple, but hopefully you can see the blue in there. And like I say, I'm going to start sort of layering it up with lighter blues and lighter purples. I kind of almost want to get a weird mottled, nearly stripy look going on this thing. We'll see. We've got time to kill. I thought about spray painting a batch of models and trying to do like 10 of something today. But number one, it's really wet out and it's muggy, so it wouldn't be good conditions for spray painting, and I couldn't be bothered to set up the airbrush. And just number two, sometimes it's nice to really focus in on a model and just take your time with it. That's something bizarre, like paradoxically, something I find easier to do when I'm streaming. Because I think if I'm painting by myself, I'm like, well, if I spend 4 flipping hours on this thing, all I've done is spend 4 hours on that model. Now it's like, well, I'm working. And while I was working, I got this model done. Great. If I want to smash out some in not very much time, I'll do it. I'll do it on my own time. Or on a stream where I feel like smashing out some more stuff. is nice. Stewie Boy 16 has done a super chat saying, my fiance and I are getting the keys to our first house tomorrow and we're so excited. We've got 2 house cats and we're hoping to build an outdoor run. That sounds incredible, Stewie Boy 16. I'm very, very happy for you and your fiance. Honestly, it's so transformative. Just, yeah, moving in with someone. It's great. It's really, really good. Obviously, do what you want. It's your lives, but I thoroughly recommend you get Chinese takeaway for dinner tomorrow. It's just fun. What's that? Why is my thing going off? Okay. Okay. Blue, blue, blue. Lots more blue. I know I said earlier I was going to keep all of the sort of craggy skin on the back purple, but I've blown straight past that and made everything blue. But it's okay to change your mind. I think I just want this thing to look like a giant moving bruise. Burrito, hey. Burrito's done a super chat saying, "Hi Johnny, how are you? Great to see you. Your Instagram story of watching the soccer game on your own was cute. Soccer fans' version of chilling in a cafe." Yeah, I'm really well, thank you. Having a chill start to the week, even though I have lots to do this week. And yeah, watching the game by myself yesterday was great fun. I didn't mean to watch it by myself. I hadn't planned to watch it at all, actually. And then, because I saw my family yesterday, but it happened to wrap up at about 4:10, and the game started at 5. And I was like, well. So I walked to a nearby bar, and for some reason it was just really quiet there. I mean, lots of people just sitting outside having a drink. So inside it was dead, and I guess nobody really fancied watching Italy play Wales. So for the first half, it was me and 2 other people, and then they left at halftime. So then it was just me indoors watching Italy on my Todd. But it was great fun. It was a good fun match. Both teams went through, so it didn't matter loads, but I enjoyed it. And I'll be honest with you, I've been comfortable just naffing off and spending time in a pub or a restaurant or wherever by myself, really. I'm quite comfortable being in public spaces alone, but learning to do that was a really like transformative experience for me, actually. Sort of years ago, when I think there was time I was just feeling a bit low, and I was like, I was really craving food from one particular Japanese restaurant in Leicester Square, and I just thought, okay, why not? So I went and had lunch by myself while reading a book. And at the time, the staff were incredibly rude in that restaurant, just because they wanted you to eat and get out, because it was a small place, right? And they just wanted high turnover on the covers. In fact, we got a little bit sad when the management changed hands and the staff suddenly became really, really nice. It was like, whoa, 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 whoa! What's happened to Misato? Why is it lovely in here all of a sudden? But when I went in the old days where they were really rude to people to get them to hurry up, they were bloody lovely to me, because I was there alone and they knew I wasn't going to mess around. I was just going to eat and piss off, and it was great. They were like, "Yes, please come in, sit here." It was great. Is it Regan or Regan? Regan Nicolette? Regan Nicolette says, "Good morning from Alaska, Johnny. Just wanted to say that your channel has been very beneficial for my mental health. Lost my job earlier this month and I'm prepping for a move out of state at the moment." Wow, that sounds like a lot to be dealing with. I'm sorry to hear it. I hope the move goes well and you find sort of gainful and enjoyable employment very, very soon. But I'm really, really glad that the channel's come in handy. It's nice to make a space that is just chilled. And I'm glad it resonates with people, because it's a space I set out to make chilled, mostly because that's what makes me happy. I can handle it that way. I don't have the I don't have whatever things are necessary to make a really like loud, fast-paced, like woo, let's go kind of YouTube channel, and so I made something with a much slower pace, and the fact that that actually resonates with people means a lot. Like really means a lot. So yeah. But again, as I say, I hope the move goes well and things aren't too stressful over the coming weeks and months. Because I mean, like, the UK is tiny, like absolutely tiny. I don't know how many times you could fit it into, Texas, let alone the entire country. But moving even within one city, as we've kind of discussed quite a lot already on this stream, is a lot. So moving out of state, I can't even imagine what that's like. Yeah. So good bloody luck. Right. I've just added into the sort of mix of this blue and this purple that was mostly this blue. I've now added some of this blue. And we're going back over what we've already done, but with a slightly lighter colour and in a slightly smaller area to kind of try and build up more of a layer, more of a sense of depth, blah, blah, blah. I talk about this every week, but just want you to know what I'm up to. Yes, Reagan said, yay, Johnny said my name right. Hey, hey. Well, we'll run the numbers. You can fit the UK 2.8 times into Texas and over 40 into the USA. Yeah, that's a lot. But it's remarkable, given how comparatively small the UK is, how many accents we pack in. You can travel like 30 miles and the accent will be completely different, and people will know that you're not from round there, and they'll hate you for it. It's really impressive. Really is. I admire it in many, many ways. Talman has done a super chat saying, hey, these streams are perfect for having on while I work from home writing policy and procedure docs. Helps keep me from crumbling into bored little pieces. I am very, very glad that I can be of service. Let's face it, in the only possible way I could be, because if I were supposed to be writing policy and procedure documents, I don't even know what sector it would be, but it would catch fire. I am the last person you would want writing such documentation. So thank you very much for tuning in and for the kind words and for the super chat, but also doing that stuff so people like me don't have to. Because, like I say, I'm a bad idea. Who messages? Why is my thing going off? Okay. No, Johnny, Regan. Shit. But A+ for trying. Sorry, Regan. Oh, yeah, I did get it. Yeah. Whoops. Because Regan, yeah. Sorry. Well, I got an A+ for trying, so that's good. Oofed. Neil Fallen says, I now have to go do dinner 3 different ways for the kids and us. Good luck, Neil. That sounds like a lot of work, but you are a good person for doing it. So have a lovely, lovely evening. Aiden Folk says, the drunk Eurogamer Mario Kart video is about as boisterous Johnny goes. It was hungover Mario Kart, wasn't it? Rather than drunk Mario Kart. Did we do drunk Mario Kart as well? Definitely remember the hungover one. Because I dropped the C-bomb twice on Ian Higton. Yeah, the days after the staff Christmas parties in the office were always a gamble, I think. I'm having fun with this. Again, I still don't have a plan. I think I'm going to do this coat of sort of bluish purple, and then I'm going to start blocking in the other colours because otherwise I'm just going to keep adding to the skin to the point where I'm not really doing anything. And I don't know how it's going to affect the rest of the model. So, Aiden Folks says, yeah, I think you're right about hungover. Yeah, I don't think we ever purposefully recorded anything drunk. There were probably a couple of streams where we got a bit tooty, but I don't know. Oh, a super chat from Thomas Benson, who says, well, sorry I missed last week's stream. Was on a fishing trip with my uncle, so enjoyed twice the dosh and half the questions. Would you happen to have any sort of advice for building self-confidence? Oh, wow. I mean, firstly, do not apologise for missing the stream, especially if you're off fishing with your uncle. That sounds like a brilliant way to spend your time. And building self-confidence is such a tricky one because obviously what makes everyone feel confident and where people feel lacking in that regard is kind of different for everybody, I think. Like, I'm actually like a very anxious person. I'm actually in many ways quite shy. Like I don't doing this sort of thing and talking to 301 people watching right now or 314. That doesn't faze me. But one-on-one stuff with people, I find really, really difficult. So, in terms of building self-confidence, gosh, I think a lot of it for myself has just come with. It doesn't really feel like I'm helping if I just say age, but it is kind of like it's age and just the experience of being able to get perspective on events sooner after them happening. Like I can come out of when sometimes you come out of an interaction, you're like, that was weird. Why do I feel weird? Why do I feel conflicted about that? I find that these days, because I'm just more used to being able I'm used to picking them apart now and seeing, sort of analysing what I did and what they did and why it felt off. That just through practice of thinking about it, I'm able to work out which bits were me, what was, other people, and what was just like extenuating circumstances. Will has an interesting one. Watch wrestling promo videos and then approach describing yourself with the same unfounded, unapologetic forcefulness. You are the greatest in your field and everyone else should know. I think there is actually a lot of truth to that. I think really celebrating your own strengths and successes, even when you don't feel like it, especially when you don't feel like it, is so, so important. I'm not good at taking compliments, and I don't really like to big myself up very much, to be honest with you. If a friend of mine, someone I actually know, personally and in real life, is like, oh, I was watching your stuff the other day, I'm like, oh God, like I cringe. And the first word that comes out of my mouth is sorry. So naturally speaking, I am not inclined to celebrate myself or talk myself up. But I've trained myself over time just by trying to remind myself that there are things that I can do competently. There are things that I'm good at. And they've allowed me to build a career in which I now work for myself doing things that I want to do. But the transfer is there. It's like there are going to be things that you're really good at doing. There are going to be aspects of yourself that you like. Like, think about those, focus on those, and let them impact on your sense of how you perceive yourself more. Like, just when you think about yourself, emphasize those bits that you like. And then the other things should come soon after that. So that was very, very rambling. But I think, honestly, Will's pretend you're cutting a wrestling promo thing is kind of great advice. Also, like, if you're doing something, I do this all the time. I do it when I'm playing Tetris. I imagine commentators in my head, like I'm playing in a World Tetris Champion, and they're like, oh, lovely clearance there from Chiodini. They set up for the 4. 4 was in, bang, done it. Thought they were in trouble for a second, but it just shows what a good T-spin in the nick of time will do, blah, 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 blah. It can be anything. It can be when you're brushing your teeth, and you move your brush from one side to the other, be like, oh, lovely transfer there. Just get silly with it as well. There you go. Anyway, I've a couple of super chats to catch up on. Jesse Caswell, excuse me, has done super chat saying, "I just finished watching the new Ox Venture. I've been working on a similar concept for my group where they meet a pirate crew with the same general gimmick. Honestly, it's really good fun, and it means that you can poke fun at their archetypes. You're holding up a mirror to them, so get silly with it, basically." Oh, amazing. Saul Reed's on a super chat saying, "Missed the last couple of painting streams due to finally being able to tackle a musical again. It was wonderful. Happy to be back at it again with my Zelda painting, though, with a smiley face." Saul, I'm really, really pleased for you. I know that you've been working at the teching for, I mean, bloody ages, and it's great that you just like you're back at it. That must feel incredible. Congratulations. Right, here we go. It is time to start working on. We're going to leave the skin there for now because it's kind of. That's a decent enough base coat. It's blue, but it's got some purple sort of peeking through. I quite like the richness of it. I'm going to come back in with lighter blues and keep going. But first I want to block in the other colours. So I know that I want to do a really rich red. And this is going to be an interesting challenge. And I would be interested in your input here, actually, because I don't... I don't tend to. Words are really hard. Yeah, and the nice witch says, "Oh, I know it's not the point you're making, but oh my god, a Tetris championship with very intense commentary is the dream." I know, right? Like, I've not really played much Tetris 99, but I think that's just absolutely like perfect. Eccentric Lefty says, "Is that the origin of Dark Souls attack tennis commentary?" Yeah, pretty much. I like doing stupid commentary for things. So, I'm going to get back to talking about the color red in just a sec. But MSDM has done a super chat saying, "I really wanted to thank you for your TED talk. I made my parents and friends watch it to understand my headspace." That's really lovely. Thank you. I hope it proved useful. And kind of like in many ways, I think that was the dream with that talk. It's like because it was a rare opportunity for me to address an audience outside people who already know what I'm talking about. And yeah, I really, really hope it helped. So yeah, thank you so much for the super chat and for letting me know. Right, the color red. So I'm painting in this red. It's corn red. It's good. It's one of two reds I own. Got corn red and I got Wazdaka red. They're nice reds. Clan Verminus. They're very scaveny. But I want it to look richer. So I am going to start slapping down a base coat of this. But you know when you've got like a classic car that's in cherry red, we're talking like proper like Christine, like a car that's going to turn a shy nerd into a murderous dickhead kind of red. What do I add to that? I don't know my color theory well enough to know how to make a red sort of more vibrant, but also just more like almost like it's got more mid tones in it. You know, just like because I'll show you. Right, that's how far I've got with this red. It's not it nice, but it's quite sort of a dark red, sort of crimsony. Please help, basically. Purple works well with red, says Cooking at 94. I was wondering if sticking a bit of purple in there might be useful. Oh my god. The nice witch says Tetris 99 Skelly Pal Grand Slam when? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Aha, Ronnie. Corn red is quite deep and rich. I'd go for something bright and light like a pale yellow or even a bright yellow to balance it out personally. But maybe a tan hide-like colour would work. Right. Gonna stick some bloody yellow in there, Ronnie. I thought about maybe throwing in some squig orange, but I think that makes a lot of sense. Orange and white, says Alex Ziglinska. I hope I said that right. But yeah, right. We'll play around with it, you know. As the young people say, we'll fuck around and find out. Although I think that's meant to do with sexuality, isn't it? Old man river, or old person river, I guess. Tetris 99, Lovely Skeleton Pal, Royal Rumble. I mean, can you do? HC Bird says, Tetris tourney, I'm ready to get my ass kicked in. Will says, I went to look for advice and the answer was remember that you cannot make a red redder. Paint a gold base and then paint over it? Interesting. Okay. I'm going to see what happens if I just throw a bit of bright yellow into some corn red. But first I'm just going to paint corn red. So that's how it's looking. But you can see when it dries down here, it's dark. And I want it to be like, wow. I want it to go and win a twist competition with Uma Thurman. That sort of red. We'll get there. Does Tetris 99 have private lobbies? You can set... Okay, the nice switch says you can set up custom matches with a password. For up to 99 players, it can be done. Thursday? CookieCat94 says, I'm ready to kick some Tetris ass. Will says it will go orange. Yeah, well. Okay. Yeah, red is a prime and you can't mix it with anything to make it redder. Okay. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna play around with it anyway, because I wonder if I'll know the red when I see it. But to ping rapidly back and forth between talking about Tetris and the colour red. Oh god. I've mostly played Puyo Tetris on the Switch. So this is going to take... I'm going to have to practice. But fuck it. Yeah, Thursday. Let's do it. Thursday, Tetris 99, Lovely Skeleton Pal game. Me versus 99 Lovely Skeleton Pals. Can I win one? From the way some of you are talking, no. Ooh, they called her Babylon, says, hello, I'm late, but relatedly, guess who now has Jurassic World on Switch? Jurassic World is available on Switch? Oh, God. That sounds incredible. Oh, that's dangerous. Will is quoting me saying, yes, interesting. This colour theory is interesting, but I reject it. I'm not rejecting it. I'm not listening to it either, but I absolutely understand what you mean, and I agree. I think you're right. I just wonder if do I mean lighter rather than necessarily brighter? Because this is coming in quite dark. We're going to see. What can you get Tetris 99 on? I guess... So it is free on Switch. It's free if you got Nintendo Online. Okay. I'd need an Elgato. Or some way of plugging my Switch into my PC, but that's doable. Is it free on anything else? We'll find out. Phil Connolly says, oh damn, was going to see family on Thursday. May have to push it back a day. If it's for Tetris, I'm sure they'll understand. Will says it's a very desaturated red, but saturated red is pink. Okay. Yeah, fair. Dr. Swank has done a super chat saying, hi Johnny, my daughter Jada says hi. Question, I'm working on making psychic memory I'm working on making psychic memory stealing bee swarms in D&D. What accents should they have? Wow. I mean, I kind of feel like it should change because it's a swarm. So just... So either just Spanish. Don't ask me why. It's just... That's what I'd go with. Or just change it up constantly. So it feels like every sentence you're speaking with a slightly different voice. Because it's like, it's a literal hive mind. CookieCat94 has done a super chat, and it's a Shiba Inu doing a frankly alarming grin, going like, grin? And then tilting its head over to one side. in like a eh. Switch only for Tetris 99. I could have sworn it was on the Epic Game Store. Am I just imagining that? I think I'm imagining. What? Well, if it's the Switch, it's the Switch, I suppose. This is going to be absolute chaos, isn't it? Also, 4 hours of Tetris. Oh, Switch only for Tetris 9. Oh, I'm thinking of Tetris Effect, aren't I? That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Alright, Tetris 99 on the Switch it is then. Oh, it's going to be messy. Kobe Morris says, Johnny describes super stickers as maybe my favourite genre of content in recent times. They seem to be coming up a lot more. Kunigan says, if you can go flat and loud, that's how I do mass characters. That's genius. Hello, we are a swarm of bees. That's brilliant. Yes, please. Cyborg Penguin says, yes, I agree. 4 hours of Tetris will not nearly be enough. Oh, goodness. So recently, I've kind of fallen out the habit, but I found that I was wanting to work more in the mornings and I just wasn't waking up my brain, fast enough to actually get stuff done before, midday, and it was really irritating. So I just started doing one game of Tetris a day, just the marathon mode, trying to clear 150 lines. And I was working on getting my times consistently under 8 minutes. And to clear about 150 lines generally takes me 7 minutes and 55 seconds, thereabouts. But there we go. Valdis Fox says, would you be doing this game at the usual stream time? Yes, I would. 4 till 8 p.m. Because you don't have to have 99 players. But you can have up to 99 players. And yeah. I'm sure it'll be fine. He says. They say. Every time. Okay, just going to do some red on the shoulder here. Oh no, Ronnie says I'm currently booting up Tetris 99 to brush off ye old skills. Oh, what have I begun? Because so many people then were just like, I'll take yours on. Am I just going to get humiliated for 4 hours? Probably. Peter Fisher says downloading Tetris 99. All I'm saying is, if I'm late posting out the physical rewards or posting Weird Tales of Adventure this month, I'm sorry, but Tetris. I am going to get everything done, I promise. But I'm also going to play a lot of Tetris. Now. Who needs sleep? Okay, so here's how we're looking. Come on. Here we go. So, red, 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 red. We've also got some metal up here. I think I might make that cream. And we've got this board here, which I think I'm going to make brown, but then make it look like it's been whitewashed over the top. By actually just glazing white onto it. So I think that would be fun. Benjamin Salisbury has done a super chat saying, appreciate your work and love the Oxventure, brackets and Casimir. Thank you very much. That's really kind. Saul Reed says, it's me challenging you to Mario Kart at EGX all over again, Johnny. That was punishing. Hungover Mario Kart, very tired. Last day of EGX or penultimate day, can't remember. Held my own all the way through the stream, and afterwards Saul's like, right, you, me, Mario Kart. And it was embarrassing. Embarrassing how much better Saul was than me. Honestly, it was... Yeah. It was so humiliating, it was like I had a fetish. Claire de Bear has done a super chat saying, Johnny, can you please make the bear trap on the Orcfoot gold? And thank you for you, the cool and chilled content. Love and hugs, Claire de Bear. I mean, Claire the Bear, since your name is Claire the Bear, who am I to say no when you ask me about a bear trap? The bear trap on this foot shall, I declare it, become gold before the end of this stream. For now, I'm going to keep blocking everything else in. I'm gonna... I've got metals to do, quite a lot of bone actually, some leathers, got that wood. Okay, there's plenty to be getting on with. Good, good, good. Let's gonna have a sip of beer. Emma Benton says, oh my god, lawnmower person, it is 8 AM on a Monday. Could you fucking not? What is wrong with the people in your area, Emma? It's either somebody with a weed whacker or apparently somebody mowing their lawn at 8 in the morning. Did you accidentally move into a retirement community? What is this? Is your part of the world home to, like, the US equivalent of the Chelsea Flower Show? Oh, wow. That's a very interesting brown. I recently bought this from Vallejo. It's Beastly Brown, which is the Vallejo equivalent of Mornfang Brown, because I just can't get on with Citadel paint lids anymore. But that is vibrant. I'm enjoying it. It's good. It's a very Captain America brown. There you go. Oldest Fox says, Johnny, everyone comments on your tattoos, but what about piercings? Any thoughts? Any you'd like to get? I do have one piercing. My ear is pierced, but I'm not wearing an earring in it. Come on. There we go. There you go. My ear's pierced. That used to be gauged up to 8mm, but I took it out and it's actually shrunk right down. But I keep losing earrings, so at the minute I don't have one. But I'm on the lookout for a simple silver hoop, really. But in terms of other piercings, no, not really. I find healing them is tedious. It takes too long compared to a tattoo. And I'm happy with that, but that's me done for piercings, I think. The people here are obsessed with lawn maintenance, says Emma. Sounds like it. Certainly sounds like it. Will says, is brown a colour people associate with Captain America? No, but this is the kind of brown that I associate with being on Captain America. And maybe it's just because I've got some quite Captain America colours here, like sort of blues and reds. But I feel like a light brown is sort of the Captain America brown. I realise how weird that sound is. Like, oh, classic Captain America brown. Okay, right. I'm not the only person. Will's not the only one picking me up for saying Captain America brown. Fair enough. I should release my own line of paints. Captain America brown. Why not? I mean, Adam Savage has released a line of paints that are based on, hey, I used to work on Star Wars, which in fairness is very cool. It's like, these are the colours as I remember them. So I could release a line of completely nonsensical paint names. Eccentric Lefty says, like the colour of his shield strap. There we go. Okay. Scott Perkins has done a super chat saying, I'm blind, so hand terrible at video games. You're at least coming in 98th. Starting to truly dislike my job, so all you do is making the last hour tolerable. Thank you very much for the super chat, Scott. I'm sorry that your job is increasingly intolerable. And thank you for preemptively massaging my ego vis-a-vis Tetris 99. What other paint colours would there be? I'd probably just fall down a rabbit hole of making fun of like paints that people get for their homes, like elephant's breath. Healthy hydration yellow, says WhoMD21. Kobe Morris says, to be fair, there have been red and grey Hulks. I didn't know that. There you go. I mean, things can change colour. I mean, like D&D orcs are practically grey now. Right? I feel like they've kind of trended that way. Maybe I'm just imagining that. I'm a bit confused by this glove because it looks like flesh is poking through it, but I'm not entirely sure where. So I'm just going to keep... Oh, I painted that as skin earlier, did I? Well, it's not. It's glove, so suck it up. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So there was some chat before this from like the main image being like, what is that in front of that troll's face? It's their hand, because they're kind of winding up to throw a goblin, and they're kind of winding up like a baseball pitcher might. But it just looks really weird. Like there's no great angle to take a picture of this model from, because it looks like it's trying to hide from a photographer. It's very strange. Oh, there you go. Amitabh Bhagavan says D&D orcs are grey and WoW are green, if I recall correctly. There we are. There we go. That's that. So we've got to do skulls and bones there. Skulls and bones. This is my favourite detail about this model. That's a helmet as a knee pad, which is great. Burrito says, I'm here in a super chat, here for the Vallejo's Naranja Denso hate. Did I get that right? Yes, you did. As a Latinx Spanish speaker, that is not orange. Unrelated, do you own Pokemon Sword Shield, and which would you recommend? I think I do, but I bought it for my wife to play on the Switch. That's before she got a Switch of her own. I think we got Sword. So there you go. Yeah, is it Naranja Denso? I think it is. Yeah, there it is. There it is. The Great Pretender, the Deceiver. Naranja Denso. Heavy orange, it claims. Best flesh tone you'll ever see. It's not even. It's just salmon pink. Best salmon pink you'll ever see. Ooh, that's a good bit of leather. There we go. Bit more brown there. Oh, Christ. Can I be bothered to do that bit? Yes. One of the most fascinating internet communities I've ever seen, a friend put me onto this a while ago, is the Society of Secret Painters. It's a subreddit where people paint the bits of Warhammer that no one's ever going to see. Like a control panel on a tank that gets sealed up by the tank being glued shut. They'll paint it, they'll take pictures of it, be like, look what I'm painting that no one's going to see, and I've done it to a really high standard. And then it's gone. It's great. Really makes me happy. Nick Jeffries on the super chat saying, just joined you as I was working until 5. May have been asked already, but how does painting a trained troll differ from painting an untrained one? And that hasn't been asked already and is actually a very good question. I imagine, number one, the trained troll would be not wearing kit, like a uniform, but also probably wouldn't be throwing this goblin. So what you can see here, there's its head. There's a goblin there with its hand here. It's got the ball, and it's going to throw it downfield. Now, when you activate this troll and try and get it to throw a teammate, you have to roll for a trait it has, which is always hungry. You have to make a roll, and if you fail, the troll just eats the goblin and kills it instead, because it's always hungry. It's like, no, I'm going to eat this. No. I think if it were an untrained troll, it would already be eating it. There we go. Revolver Rock says it doesn't wriggle as much. Very good. Oh, yeah, everyone's saying the trained trolls sit still. Excellent. Whee! Okay, right. What's next? Bones. This is Vallejo's Pale Sand, which is increasingly one of my favourite paints. This troll has a surprising number of skulls and femurs on its belt, so we're just gonna base coat these in cream for now, and then we'll shade them a couple of times with a brown shade, and then pick out details, blah blah blah. You know how painting goes. What's everyone else? I'm so rude. What's everyone else crafting at the minute? What are you all working on? Are you working on anything? It's fine if you aren't. I'm just curious. Eccentric Lefty says I'm trying to write book. LSE says I'm knitting a cape. Rudy Gerber says painting the canopy of a Lancaster. Revenant is drawing cryptids. Grumpachu is working on some crochet projects at the minute. Julia Echo is crocheting 44 polygons to make a hippo. Steve Anderson is working on Waking Up at the moment. Good project. Good one. Tuva Hovland says Wood Elf cosplay. M Island is playing some chill house flipper. First Walker is writing my new take-home piece at the minute. Working on my Blockbreaker games code. Doing some LED work. Painting some Paragon war suits. Trying to sleep but can't relax, says Kunigund. Sorry to hear it. Crazy Melodies at the most. I'm tidying my character sheet for D&D tonight. Epic Space Bunnet is drawing as usual. And Hetnikik says right now making spaghetti in Satisfactory. There you go. Bob Bub says boring QC work. Sorry, Bob Bub. Hope you're well though. Well, I'm glad that you're all having such a productive afternoon or morning or evening or night time, depending on where you are in the world. I am personally awful at watching things and getting stuff done at the same time. I cannot do it, which probably explains why I never have anything on, even in the background. Music, yes. Anything visual, I just can't do it. I can't. I feel like I'm missing too much of the thing on the screen, but I also feel like I'm not giving enough attention to the crafting, and I just fall to bits, really. So. Christ, this troll's got so many skulls. Like a proper bandolier going on here. Look at all this. Team People's done a super chat saying, can't stay long, just popped in to send love and say thanks for these chill streams. They really help me relax before bed, which helps with my insomnia. You're my modern day Bob Ross. Thank you very much, Team People. That is an incredibly flattering comparison. Obviously, I don't have a perm, but, you know, I like to feel like the number of happy accidents I make just about compensates. I've never painted a happy little tree in my life, though. I should give it a go. It's a shame that so much of Bob Ross's fame or the real resurgence came posthumously. Because I guess what I'm saying is I hope Bob Ross sort of had some inkling of how many people he helped while he was still alive. Because I think a lot of people, it's almost become a meme to be like, I'm just going to chill out and watch Bob Ross. But I think it really actually helps a lot of people. A good egg, by all accounts. Lionel L says, apparently Bob hated that perm. Dang it. Will says, paint some Sylvaneth. No. Absolutely not, Will. Chaos says, someone's going to Photoshop your face onto Bob Ross now, right? I can only assume so, yes. Is it going to be me? No. Is it going to be you, Chaos? Possibly. I don't know. Steve Anderson says, you don't keep a bandolier of skulls? Man, I thought you were cool. I'm sorry, the thing is, it's illegal to keep human remains in the UK without a permit for the specific remains that you have, and the remains have to be registered to a single location, so you can't move them around. So I'd have to take my bandolier off every time I went outside. What's the point? And if I just had the bones, then I could be prosecuted for denying a person proper burial, which is also illegal here. So what are you going to do? Nick Jeffrey's done another super chat saying, by the way, it's a good job that the Oxventure has met an aboleth, not a beholder. Corazon has heard rumours that booty is in the eye of a beholder. Oh, wow. That is a very, very good pun, Nick. I'm sorry that I've currently got my face buried in my hand. It's just a reflex action. It's just what happened, but that was good, genuinely. Oh yeah, Kobe Morris says, I watched Imogen Mellor, who streamed on EG for BLM, do a Bob Ross themed stream. It was great fun. Yeah. Imo's brilliant. I haven't had I've had one guest ever on this channel, really, and that was Googly Eyed Skull. And I've had people, jump on to play games, sort of fill out a team with me. But yeah, I've yet to do proper capital G guests, but I would absolutely love to have Imogen on. She so frequently just has brilliant ideas for streams, and frequently streams archery in her back garden. Absolutely incredible. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm going to post a link to her Twitch. Give her a follow because she's great. Absolutely brilliant. Will says, I believe there's an exception to that for decommissioned scientific remains, but historic bones like that tend to come from unsavoury sources like prisoners, etc. Oh dear. Ugh. Edward Suter says, you seem to have researched this subject suspiciously thoroughly. No comment, Edward. Thank you very much for your comment, though. Tom Dillamore has done a super chat saying, hey, Johnny, I've just finished my 1,000 point 40k army. Been working on it for months. First time I've got a whole project painted and based. Feeling great. Congratulations, Tom. 1,000 points. Depending on the army, obviously it can be a lower model count than others, but it's a proper achievement, and it's good that you're taking the time to sort of appreciate that you've done a good thing and you've done the whole thing. Don't super chat it, obviously, but what's the army? I would like to know. Claire de Bear says, where is Watson? Watson's somewhere. I don't know, I heard her snoring earlier, but I'm very boring when I'm streaming, because she knows I'm just going to sit here and talk at a screen rather than actually fuss her, so she just can't really be bothered. Oh. Anonymous says, in other news, the Prime Minister of Sweden lost a vote of no confidence, so there might be an election here in a little while. Aidan Folk says, why is Shearer on your can? It's a very good point. So this is a beer called Goes for Glory, which is made by a brewery called Exhale, which is very, very good. But they've done a celebratory beer for the Euros. It is a lime and sea salt Goes, and it says this is a refreshing classic Goes to be enjoyed in a summer full of football. A balance of crisp, refreshing wheat beer with a saline undernote from sea salt and a citrus kick of lime peel and coriander seed. A homage to one of football's greatest talents with the ability to induce tears of joy / desolation. Enjoy this beer alongside moments of brilliance, safe in the knowledge that it's okay to cry. So, yes, I think it's meant to be a Gaza Paul Gascoigne beer. Possibly that's what they're squirting into his mouth. I don't love the can art, but the beer's tasty. So, what are you going to do? There it is. Emma Benson says, I would like to change my answer of what I'm doing to photoshopping Johnny's face onto Bob Ross. Someone had to do it. It may as well be you, Emma. You're good at it after all. So, Severin Tiger says, it's probably been asked before, but does Watson have any pitbull in her, or is she all staffy? She is all staffy, actually. Yeah. It's... Pitbulls are very stupidly a banned breed here in the UK, so it's not actually that easy to get a dog with pitbull in them. And yeah, it's stupid legislation, frankly, but that's the law. Oh, no, I'm just going to stop doing that. Okay. Right, got a tiny bit more leather to work on here. Where's the Beasley Brown? There it is. Cara Dennison says, I've started a new project called What Am I Going to Have for Lunch? Great question. I treated myself today. I had Subway for lunch. Other sandwich shops are available. Call Me Kotek says, hello everyone, another 2:30 a.m. appearance before bed. How is everyone doing? Hello, Call Me Kotek. I hope you're winding down towards a pleasant night's sleep. I'm just painting a trained troll from Blood Bowl, and basically using this as a test model for a colour scheme for the Goblin team I'm going to start painting. Because at the minute, I'm playing as part of a league where I'm running a dwarf team, and we're just reaching the end of the sort of round robin stage and moving on into the playoffs. I've got 2 games left to play, I think, before... is that right? I've played Joe. I've got 3 games left to go, possibly 4, and then we move into the playoffs, and then very quickly the season will wrap up. And I'm thinking for season 2, I might switch to goblins. So I'm starting a goblin team, and this is going to be a trained troll for said team. Just having fun, really. Oh, Call Me Kotek says those purples and blues look absolutely killer. Thank you very much. The Nice Witch says, I got a dip, but thank you, Johnny and chat, for the very good company. Take it easy, Sarah, and thank you very much for being part of the chat and for suggesting Tetris on Thursday. I will see you then. I don't know if you're going to kick my ass or not. You seem very confident, and that is, A, good, because you're great, but B, quite intimidating. So I guess we'll see. I'll see you on the field of Tetris on Thursday, if not before. So there. Okay. Got a bit of metal to do there. Oh, no, but I'm going to... Yeah, it's got to be cream. It's got to be cream. The accent colour on this team, I don't care if I've already done a heavily cream-accented team. It's going to be cream. Shit. Okay, I just heard the dog sort of stretch, so she's clearly not far away. I don't know if you heard that, but that was her going boof as she got comfy. So I think she's in the room. She might be under the other desk, maybe. There we go, look. So I'm going to do some... Obviously, when I shade it, that chainmail will look a bit different, but... Lovely cream chainmail. Why not? WhoMD says, update, you do need a Nintendo Online membership to play Tetris 99. The Nice Witch says, I'm not going to lie, but I am very good at Tetris, so good luck. All right, done. I think I'm all right at... I think I'm quite good at Tetris. So we're going to see. Stephen Paul says, Tetris Thursday, what platform? Switch. Tetris 99 is on Switch, and he needs Nintendo Online. When Puyo Puyo Tetris came out on the Switch, actually when the demo came out, let alone the full game, it took over the Eurogamer offices. Tom Dillamore is saying it's a loyalist Alpha Legion army made from all Phobos Marines. Not very competitive, but excited to take it for a spin against my brother tomorrow. That sounds great fun. And good on you for making an army that you wanted to make, rather than being like, what's the most competitive thing I can field? But, right, Puyo Puyo Tetris, when that came out, it took the Eurogamer office by storm. We were playing constantly. The mode where you dump lines on on each other, the versus mode. And it was great. The amount of smack talk was unbelievable. It was just incredible. Everyone had specific characters, even though it has no bearing on it. I would always play as a robot, Chris Tapsell, who started out as a guide writer, but is now a staff writer, reporter. I can't remember his job title, but he is a phenomenal talent, really great writer and a lovely chap. Always played as the fish. I can't remember his name. But the fish in Puyo Puyo Tetris, when he clears a few lines all at once, yells, "Surfing beats!" But what it sounded like to us was, "Suffer this!" So we just used to yell that at each other a lot. So what I'm trying to say here is I played a lot of Tetris under an intense sort of competitive environment. But that was quite a long time ago. I'm going to see. We'll see how I get on Thursday. If the nice switch picks me apart, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Let's face it, if I start promoting that stream on Monday, there are going to be so many people who just... I'm going to attract so many ringers anyway. I'm getting nowhere near the top 10. So... Kobe Morris says, as someone who plays a lot of TCGs, the decks that are my favourites are almost never the meta, they're the most fun. I completely agree. When I played a lot of Doomtown, my favourites were always just the ones that had a really fun idea. That'd be like, this is either going to work, and I'll be able to stay in the game, and it's anyone's guess how it's going to come out, or I'm going to crash and burn in the first 10 minutes. But it's worth taking that risk, because it's so much fun when you do that kind of thing. Mark Cohen says, who was the most surprisingly hardcore player? I mean, none of them were... wasn't a surprise that any of them was good. I mean, we're talking about the staff at Eurogamer. They ought to be good at Tetris, really. Everyone was a really high standard. Matt Reynolds, Guy's editor, just quiet, like a quiet dark horse. Wesley Ian Poole, however, was a threat. Wes joined in. It was like, oh fuck, oh shit. Okay, Wes, we're gonna have to get this right. So yeah. So long, Revolver Rock, and so long, Isabel CW1. Take care of yourselves. I hope to see you soon. Thank you for tuning in and hearing me talk about the colour red and Tetris. Right. So I've got that wood sign painted. I'm going to do a second coat on that, actually, because it looks a bit bilgy. And then I'm going to try and make it look like it's been whitewashed. So we'll see. Simon Ragg says, howdy, Skellies, what have I missed? Hey, Simon. What have you missed? Talking about Bob Ross, painting this trained troll for Blood Bowl. That kind of thing. Arcadia says, just got back, all rained on, heard Tetris 99, spirits are immediately lifted. Yeah. I'm not going to say that the Night Switch threw down a challenge, but it definitely feels like we're going to square off. On Thursday, the stream is going to be Tetris 99 on the Switch. Come one, come all. I'll take yous all on. Well, I'll take up to 98 of you on. Yeah, it's going to be a lovely Skeleton Pal Tetris 99 Battle Royale, basically. Hup. Kobe Morris says, I reckon Aoife took no prisoners. Aoife didn't throw down very often, I don't seem to remember, but absolutely held her own. I mean, Aoife never takes prisoners. Chris Bratt talked a better game than he played. I'm sorry, Chris. But Ian's a dark horse. Ian could give me a run for my money. I've definitely played more Tetris Puyo Puyo Tetris than anyone else on the video team. So it really did feel like it felt like I had an unfair advantage because I just played so much. But Ian could surprise me if I wasn't careful. Kobe Morris has said, Johnny really just went, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. I know, right? They get their own channel and suddenly they're challenging up to 98 strangers to a fight. I'd never challenged 99 strangers to a fight. Are you kidding? Right. As requested, I'm now painting the bear trap on this miniature gold. If it looks awful, I reserve the right to paint it something else. But we're at least going to give it a go. Whipple Waffle says, judging by the subscriber/participant ratio of Oxbox's Wednesday Jackbox streams, I don't know if a limit of 98 will be too much of a problem. Okay, well, I'll play Tetris, and if no one else turns up, fine. If it's just a series of one-on-ones between me and the Nice Witch, that's fine. A Cookie Cat. Cookie Cat 94 has done a super chat saying, you have just been photoshopped onto Bob Ross, with like a looking shiftily sideways emote. Yes, well, oh fuck. Arcadia says, love Tetris 99, been playing Tetris games for 24 years, brackets evil smile. Oh no. I really need to start playing Tetris 99 to get my head around the sort of the tolerances of like how long you've got to spin a block and all that kind of nonsense. So I'm not going to be undone by the fact that I'm used to playing Sega Tetris. You know? Right. Here's how the come on. Here's how the come on, focus, you shit. There we go. The bear trap's going. I think that'll look fine after a shade, but right now it looks a little gaudy. Oh, Sydney Adams says, I've never been so sad to be at work during Thursday stream times. Sorry, Sydney. I mean, let's face it, some form of charity stream where I play all day is inevitable. I do actually have something in the works. I've started talking with the charity. So, you know, keep your eyes peeled. But, I mean, I love Tetris. And as long as people fancy a fucking fight, then I'm up for it. Johnny Ross is now on Twitter/Discord. Thank you, Cookie Cat. Do I really want to look at this now? I suppose it'd be a polite thing to do. I'll go have a look. Twitter. Notifications. Wow. That's actually pretty good. I say that as if that was surprise. Wow. Cookie Cat, that's haunting. I'm just gonna pop that in there. Oofed. Absolutely terrifying. I can see it though. Severus Darkmole says, Johnny, question. The slot gap in the blood bowl bases. How do you fill or cover them for basing? So these are a pain. However, matches, or at least in the UK, like just a normal wooden match, cut the head off and jam it in there. It plugs it quite nicely. I know one of my friends just basically glues some newspaper over it and just sort of plugs it that way. But yeah, they are a bit of a faff. I have to say, if you're throwing in texture paint, especially the stuff that kind of shrinks and cracks, the matchstick technique isn't perfect unless you make it flush. I did it with some of my dwarves and there are just ditches in there, but oh well. Nick Jeffrey says, I won't play Tetris 99 until I have played and completed Tetris's 1 to 98. I don't want any story spoilers. Googly Eyed Skull says, share a link please, Johnny. What to? What, Monk, what am I sharing a link to? My brain has gone fizzy. Johnny, how many followers do you think you could take in a fight? Oh, I don't know. I think I want to fight anyone. Oh, was it to the Bob Ross? Was it to the Bob Ross Photoshop? I'll post it again. Sure, why not? Emma Benton is almost done with my Johnny Ross. Googly-eyed Skull says, this is my favourite Bob Ross potato shop. Oh, Monk, while you're here, this red, it's corn red. Want to make it look more vibrant. What do I do? Just stick some white in there? Please help. Because I'm not going to lie, I was talking about it earlier, and I was like, I want to make this red more sort of like cherry red, want to make the red redder, and people quite reasonably said, Johnny, it's a primary, you can't make red redder. And then I was accused of not listening to them, which would be fair. But if you have any tips, then let me know. I played my first game of Blood Bowl 7s last week. It's fucking brilliant. Basically, a smaller pitch, you've only got 7 players. It's really quick and just wonderful. It's really great. Okay, second coat on that wood with that thing. There we go. Right, you're getting most of these colours blocked in. You may have noticed that I'm ignoring the gobbo up here. Because I'm kind of just thinking of it as a completely separate thing, but I probably should actually just smack some paint on there. Will says, time to go for a walk. Fair enough. Fair enough, Will. I'm going to start painting the gobbo. An undercoat of something lighter, perhaps the salmon that is not salmon or an actual orange. Yeah, that is the tip, isn't it? Okay, I'll do that. I will stop flagrantly ignoring all of the lovely people who've quite rightly pointed out that I'm just trying to pretend colour theory is not a thing. And I'll give that a bash. Sorry about it, Will, and everyone else. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's really nice to have an excuse to paint up this this troll. I've had it since I got the base set of Blood Bowl last year, and I painted up all the Black Orcs team, but never did the troll. And now it's going in a gobbo team because I'm starting one. It's really nice to have an excuse to just sort of crack into it. Because I've traded some models away. I've tried to make my paint pile a bit smaller, so now I've got a goblin team and some of the goblin sort of special weapon, secret weapon people. It's great fun. Okay. Chaos says, I don't believe in colour theory, I believe in colour fact. Okay, fair enough. Sorry. Right. Got some red to do there. And there. And these shoes. Oh, fuck. Okay. Googly-eyed Skull says, well up for a game of 7 sometime. Brilliant. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get it done. It's just so wonderfully quick. And the rules are just really fun to read because they talk about, because it's an amateur league, when talking about hiring costs, you should say copper pieces, not gold pieces. It has no other bearing on the game. It's just to remind you that they're all the amateurs. If you're playing in a league, uh, if you're playing in a league, then all skills that get added to a player have to be randomly rolled. If they acquire too many skills, you can't field them anymore because they go to actual Blood Bowl teams. They get bought out because they get too good to play in the amateurs 7 circuit, and rerolls cost double because they're all crap. They haven't trained hard enough. How the fuck am I going to describe that frankly incredible super sticker? We'll get back to that. SFL Mongoose has done a super chat saying, reread, if you highlight it really brightly, mixing in some white or light flesh, then glaze over with thin red ink or contrast, it really boosts the vibrancy. That's a good shout. Okay, so Kobe Morris is talking about the super sticker, but Good Luck or a Quick Death has done actually a very generous super chat. So thank you, first of all, for that, but also for the challenge of this here super sticker, because this, I'm going to have to go full face for this. It's basically a hippo, a blue hippo in a yellow t-shirt in a sort of gaming chair like this one, and it kind of backflips it. It goes like, whoa! And then with crackles of lightning and electricity, the chair starts to turn and twist and transform, and then with like a big sunburst anime background that spins, it like hulks out into basically a mecha. It's like it's transformed like Optimus Prime. It's got exhaust pipes coming out here and here. It's like black and pink detailing. It's just like basically roaring and flexing muscles. It is the most spectacular thing I've ever seen a hippo do. And wow, that was a lot. Yeah. Oof. Googly-eyed Skull says, "Oh, that's nice. The barking black dogs were never good enough for the big boy league. Well, we can have a go on some sevens. When I played the other day, we rolled on the weather table, and it was sweltering heat. And at the start of one of the drives, I mean, I was playing dwarves versus elves, and I'd already managed to knock out 3 elves, or was it 2? I can't remember. But they roll at the start of a drive, and 3 of their players fainted. So I had 6 dwarves versus 2 elves on the pitch. It was satisfying. What was I doing? Oh yeah, this anklet. Paint that cream. Oy. William Barry says, hippo and a mech, because hippos just aren't deadly enough, apparently. Deadly enough already, apparently. Yeah, hippos are terrifying. They kill way more people than, like, lions, tigers, venomous snakes, sharks. Basically, any deadly animal worldwide, hippo kills more people than that. They are terrifying. And as long as the water's not too deep, they can also move incredibly fast in the water. Oh, and their skin is so thick you need... If anyone wanted to shoot one dead... not that I'd really advocate for that, obviously, but you need special ammunition to get through it. Absolutely terrifying. I think if you just skinned a hippo, the skin alone would weigh several tons, I think. That's probably just some regurgitated QI knowledge, isn't it, from like an old series. Right. Chaos said, I saw a pygmy hippo at the zoo yesterday, and honestly, it was nowhere near that exciting. Yeah, well, at least it wasn't trying to kill anyone. Chaos, you can be thankful for that, at least. Aha, Emma Benton has posted a link to... Yeah, it's another Bob Ross Photoshop with my face. You know what? You've done a really good job of blending in my face with Bob's, like, pretty deep crow's feet. That, or I'm just in denial about my own crow's feet. And also Bob's cheek dimple with my cheek dimples. Thank you, Emma. That's frankly disturbing. but it had to happen sometime. Happy little painting. There we go. Steampunk Weasel says, OMFG, I kept mishearing hippo as himbo and got very confused. Oh no. Bade says, what's the difference between a hippo and a zippo? A hippo weighs several tons and a zippo's a little lighter. I think that's the joke, isn't it? Oh my god. I don't know what you must have thought of me talking about special ammunition for shooting himbos. Good lord. I just want to say, just really want to clear that up. I do not advocate the shooting of himbos or hippos. Either of them. Leave them alone. They're thriving. They're happy in their own environments. Ooh. Oh, good. Emma says that those are Bob Ross's crow's feet. That's good. I'm starting to get them, but they're not that deep yet. Give me another 6 months. We'll see. Right. Ugh, I need to water down this cream. It's getting all goopy and manky. Tacky. Himbos, the most dangerous animal on the planet, says that casual dragon. Can't stop thinking about himbos now. You know what? Something made me really happy recently was somebody was talking about himbos. They might have even been complaining about the term, and they were like, "Whoa, what if it was the other way around? Like, what if they said like Shibo or something?" And it was like, "Oh, good. The original term is dead then, in the modern vernacular. That makes me feel good. It tickled me greatly." Right, and some cream on there because I can't stop painting things with cream accents. Apparently, it's just the way I live now. Cara Dennison says, "Can't stop thinking about himbos now. That's the inside of my brain every day." God, that must be nice. Sort of plucky underdog Disney princes. Team People says, apparently hippos, that's hippos, not himbos, are the third largest mammal on Earth and can grow up to 16.5 feet long and 5 feet tall. My nightmares are now updated. Flipping hell. So a hippo can be... How tall? Okay, so that's... I'm 5'8". How big's my head? Are they like 6? Let's call that a good 8. Let's call it an 8-inch head. So I would say hippos can come up to here on me. That's awful. No, not a fan of that. Himbos can be much taller. I'm not a tall man. Oh, Nick Jeffrey's done a super chat to say, if you roll 20 attacking a hippo, you're a hypocrite. Very good. Oh my god, Sydney Adams says, I was recently crafting and I made water bottles for my husband and best friend saying world's smartest himbo. I'm sorry if I butcher your surname, but Anne Savayala has said, hi, I just joined. What are himbos? Himbos are... What is it? It's the perfect combination of 3 things in a man specifically. They are not very bright. They are... Oh, there's 4 things. They're not very bright, but they're really nice. And they're attractive, and they're also very muscly. It's like, that's the whole thing. It's like, they look like jocks, but they're actually lovely, and they're just a bit dim, but really lovely. You know, like, it's yeah. But yes, as Minna L points out, and Anonymous, it's the male version of bimbo, which used to be well, it still is a derogatory term for women, where it's basically just like a woman who's intelligent, a woman who's attractive but dim. Like, it's a nasty thing. But himbo has kind of become a more is not used pejoratively. It's used in kind of like a celebration. Like everyone likes a himbo, you know. Everyone likes a himbo. And I hope that answers your question. Minnie McGee says, dumb of ass, pure of heart. There we go. Think Rick O'Connell in The Mummy, says Emma Benton. Perfect. Mr. McWaggle says, just golden retriever boys. Oh, that's very funny. HC Bird says, Johnny, how far back do your fingers bend? Do they bend back a lot? What was I doing? Oh, it's because I was doing this. I guess that far. I didn't think I was overly bendy. I mean, I think I can do that with a thumb, which people seem to think is weird. I don't know. But there we go. Hope that answers your question, HC Bird. Kobe Morris, going quite encyclopedic on this, says, your baseline himbos are people like Thor Ragnarok era Thor or Raphael from Fire Emblem Three Houses. There you go. Kobe, I don't know if that's what you sound like. Probably isn't. Sorry, but yeah. Stephen Paul says, please stop. I'm sorry, I won't start bending my fingers back on purpose. Again. I'll be good. Kate Darby says, or Kronk. What's Kronk from? I haven't watched The Mummy in so long. Such a good film. And like a perfect storm as well. Because like Rachel Weisz is incredible in that movie. As is Brendan Fraser, to be honest. Everyone's performance is great, but like obviously Rachel Weisz's career has just skyrocketed from there to the point where like you would not get her playing that sort of tier of a role. It's a campy B movie and it's wonderful for that. But I just don't think you could try and get Rachel Weisz in for that anymore. But it was perfect. Like she was sort of fresh-faced, obviously an incredible talent already, but just playing a really fun, just like wholesome action movie. And Brendan Fraser's character is amazing because he's vulnerable but also heroic. And Brendan Fraser I think is incredible anyway. And like I think it's very sad that basically like he spoke out against something horrible being done to him and it cost him a lot of work in his career. I'm glad that he's kind of recovering in his own way. And also, like, physically, those films took a massive toll on him, which is very sad. But, yeah, The Mummy, bloody brilliant. Also, whatever his name is, who plays Ardette Pay, like, swoon. I know people sort of jokingly say, like, that film was, like, the bisexual awakening for a whole generation of people, but I think it's absolutely true. Like, I don't identify as bisexual. Like, I don't really know what to describe myself anymore. But like, because obviously I'm non-binary, but I'm in a straight passing relationship. You know, I'm attracted to women. But good lord, my earliest cinematic crushes actually weirdly were all on men, and that was one of them. Severus Dartmouth says, well, Rachel Weisz didn't do the third movie, so fair point. There you go. We should do a movie club where we just watch The Mummy. Not even a double bill where we play a game after that. Although I'm sure they made a video game of The Mummy. They must have done, right? Oded Fair. I love him so much, says Emma Benton. Emma knows. Right, so I've tried to kind of give the impression that this sign has been poorly painted. But, I mean, that somebody has come along and tried to paint the sign white and they've not really done a great job. I don't know if I've done a good job of badly painting this thing. I bet you, actually, once that gets shaded, it'll look a little bit better. And then I'll come back in and touch it up. That'll be fine. All right, good. We're getting there, everybody. Arnold Vosloo as well is shockingly attractive in that film, says Mr. Tom for the win. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, yeah. But, they did make a Mummy game and apparently it was awful. Brilliant. Arnold Vosloo, I struggled to find quite so attractive because so often he was in a state of literal decomposition. But yeah, Mummy movie night. It's got to happen. God, we're having some great ideas drummed up here. Tetris 99 territory. Linon says, "Great job, Johnny. That looks horrible. That looks terrible. Good. I'm glad that this looks clumsily painted." Sigh. Steve Anderson says, "Luke Westaway is my Brendan Fraser." Incredible. Okay. Where to go from here? Okay, that's okay. Here we go. Kind of wish I started blocking in that goblin earlier, but oh well. Amanda Shiflett says, "I'm more for Andy Farrant." Look, I'm not here to start a conversation about thirsting for the outside Xbox and extra crew. They're the closest thing I have to colleagues these days, and I don't want to make it weird. As flattering as I'm sure your comments all would be. Lock in this glove. This is a really nice brown for leather. I mean, I used to use Mornfang Brown all the time, so I'm not surprised that the paint I bought to replace Mornfang Brown is also nice for that, but it is a very good sort of bright tan leather. Arcadia says, "Is the Fifth Element still a potential double bill option? Was there a video game of the Fifth Element? I can't remember. I mean, I love that film. It doesn't take much for me to want to watch it. We'll see. It's just like watching films on stream is difficult because obviously everyone's got to have the exact same version, and PAL and NTSC run at different frame rates, as we discovered with what do you call it? Starship Troopers. So we'll see. Dungeons and Fandom says, "Hey there, just tuning in. Hello, Dungeons and Fandom. Welcome, welcome, welcome." Ooh, Crazy Melody says, "All right, I'm heading out to get dinner and then head over to my mates for D&D. That sounds like a lovely evening, and I wish you joy of it." Lionel L says, "I think it's too late to not make it weird now, friend." Yeah, fair enough. There was a game on PS and PC. Okay, I'll have a look at doing it, but... Stephen Paul says, "It was lost to the speed of chat. Kronk is from The Emperor's New Groove." Thank you very much for the super chat to make sure I knew. I'm sorry, that's very kind of you. I never watched The Emperor's New Groove, I don't think. Chaos says, "My son just saw your Bulbasaur dungarees on Twitter and is intensely envious." They are really nice, I'm not going to lie. I wore them out earlier on when I was taking the dog out to pee, and some bloke walked past and went, which was great. So I just looked him dead in the eye and was like, because I really enjoy how I look in them. And then a lady brought a package to the door, didn't say anything, just grinned at me. That was nice. That was a better version of the man scowling because I dared to wear colourful dungarees in the street. Fuck 'em. Only bees. Ooh, Crazy Melody says, "Thanks for that. We're heading towards a massive fight tonight, so yeah. Hope you all make it out." Burrito says, "Johnny, do you know if and when Blades is coming back?" I do know that it is coming back. I don't know when. That is TBD, because obviously Luke's been away on paternity leave for a while and has only just returned. So there's work to be doing, and then sort of conversations about when to resume recording different things. So watch this space, but it won't be forever. It won't take long, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Right, let's get some red back out. Okay. Red, red, red. Right, this is going okay. What's in? You okay? What's in? No, she is not budging. She's having a nap. She's not fussed about me. I'm boring her today. Oh, that'll be fun. Yeah, why don't we do that? So I'm just blocking in all the sort of metals on this goblin. I don't know if you can see, but on the sort of tummy, where that little dot of red is, that's a chest plate that's in the shape of a moon. There you go, you can sort of see it there. I'm going to do the moon in cream and then the chest plate in red. I think that would be a nice device to sort of repeat throughout as and where I can. It's quite fun to work something out entirely on the go. What time is it anyway? Oh, it's nearly 6. We'll have a break at 6. So in 4 minutes we'll take 10 minutes, which means in 14 minutes we'll be back here painting on youtube.com/Johnny Chiodini. But for now, yeah, blocking in these metals, and then everyone can have a stretch and go to the toilet if they need to, and, you know, have a drink or whatever, yada, yada, yada. Oh, Saving Santa says, I've just come home from a long weekend and my cats are currently glued to me. Extra needy little fuzzballs. That sounds lovely. Not going to lie, it was quite hard to drag myself to my computer and start this stream earlier because I was having a lovely cuddle with the dog. And I was like, I've got to go stream. It's what I do every week. I've already tweeted it out like twice. The dog's so good at cuddling. Maybe that's what I'll spend my 10 minutes doing. Okay, there we go. Oh, and a bit more there. Do that in cream? Do that in cream. You know it's time for a break when I just start talking to myself about just painting, as if I'm having a conversation with myself. Okay, oops. Let's see now. Okay. Yeah. That looks fine. Well, that undershirt will be. We'll work that out. All right, all of you. It is 2 minutes to the hour. We're going to have a little break now, so we'll be back at 10 minutes past the hour. It's now 1 minute to the hour. So yeah, you know the routine by now. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So, do you need to do any stretches? Are you thirsty? Do you need to go to the toilet? Do you have any animals that might need to go out to the toilet? You know, what do you want to do for 10 minutes is basically the question I'm asking you. I'm going to go freshen up my drink. I'm going to make sure the dog's all right. I'm going to take my meds because I forgot to do that earlier. And then we'll be right back to paint more of this trained troll here on youtube.com/Johnny Chiodini. So don't go anywhere. And go wherever you want for 10. I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Muted my mic earlier. I'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Hi. How are we all? Did you have a nice break? I hope you did, because it's time to paint more of a train troll. Seems like people are talking about cicadas. It's today. Is this year another sort of 17-year swarm year? Because I know cicadas, obviously, they spend 17 years underground just hanging, and then they decide to go up and just make a racket. Like most 17-year-olds. I want to go out. I want to be with my friends. I want some noise. That's what I sound like as a 17-year-old anyway. I don't know what 17-year-olds sound like now. If you're watching this and you're 17, I didn't mean you specifically, I'm sorry. But I know that some years there's a massive glut of cicadas. Is this one of them? Brood X pops this year. Thank you, JT. Good fun. Brood X. Fuck being a millennial or a zennial or whatever other ones there are. That sounds great. Brood X. There are also 2 and 5 year cicadas. Oh. That's news to me. I did not know. Thank you for that. Right. What are you? Is that skin? No, that's shirt. So we shall paint that. I'm just going with a dark brown for the sort of shirt and shorts on this gobbo, because once I've finally sort of really pulled this scheme together, I want that red and cream to just really stand out. So I'll go with that. Oh, Brood X is mostly over now, which is great, says Katie Wern. Tommy Meadow says, I'm not a fan of cicadas. They are noisy. I have encountered them many a time, but only ever when sort of visiting the States, because they're not really a thing in the UK. So I don't think I've learned to dread and despise them with the same intensity that people who live there would have. Oof. Bob has done a super chat saying, sorry to put a bummer on the chill stream, but my mum passed last week and I'm fine, but my sis has been having a tough time. Any advice to help her? I mean, firstly, I'm sorry for your loss. That's terrible news. And secondly, like losing any relative is, it's often very, very hard. So I can't say I blame your sister for having a bad time. And obviously, they're very closely related to you, but know that you'll only be able to help them so much. Just try and help them get through sort of each day. Don't make them feel rushed in terms of feeling better. Like, grief is a long process, and it can be one that kind of stops and starts and goes and comes back. You can have sudden flashes where grief comes at you out of nowhere and it takes the wind out of your sails when you thought you were doing fine and stuff like that. So I think just patience, really. And also just, acknowledging that, yeah, you are closely related, but you're only going to be able to help them so far. Don't be afraid to, look to other people that you both know if they can maybe help out, and in the short term, just sort of be there, or, what have you. I hope things improve. And again, I'm really sorry for your loss, Bob. Yeah, that's really tough, and I can't imagine what it's like to go through that. So lots of love. As ever, the LSPs are around. If you need a fun community to take your mind off things. But yeah, that really sucks. Right, done the shoulder pads. Come on, zoom in. My beard's not that interesting. Shoulder pads and knee pads on the goblin, apart from that one on the top, which I want to be cream. Just to emphasise that it is a cream-based... well, it's not cream-based. It's not a sauce. That the two team colours are red and cream, which I've just realised is the same as my friend's ogre team. That's a thought. I wonder if we could team up. Okay, some cream on the palette there. Insane Raven says, have you ever had oats lodged in your sinuses, which makes you sneeze and cough a lot, giving you migraines, and makes your eyeballs feel pressurized? No, just my weird AF weekend that I carried into today. Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, I certainly have never lodged oats in my sinuses and suffered with the complications of such an affliction. I'm not saying no one else has, but gosh, I hope you're feeling better and all the oats are out. How? I don't even I don't even know how to respond to that one, frankly. But yeah, I hope you're doing all right. Trying to think of a joke about like a ridge of pressure, like a porridge. It's not really there. There's a surgical procedure where they can take a bit of your skin and use a tool called a flapjack. No, that's not good. That's no good either. Hey, Will says, hello, I got my ADHD forms. Hello, Will. Grats. Now, of course, the tricky bit is to fill them in. Sorry, that sounded really glib. I know people who are going through the similar thing of trying to get a diagnosis, and it's amazing how much admin they ask you to do, given the nature of the condition. Okay. There we go. Yeah, quite pleased with that. I mean, it needs a second coat of the cream, but hopefully you can see that little moon standing out now. I quite like that as a device for the uniform. Good, good, good. If you're wondering, I've moved on to a different beer called Yaldi, which is another Euros beer, but it's specifically for the Scottish team, because I believe the founder and owner of XAL Brewery is Scottish. So to read out the tasting notes, this is a whiskey barrel aged iron brew sour, by the way. It's absolutely delicious. This is a beer to help our fellow Scots survive the Euros, a coming together of two of our most cherished national drinks, iron brew and whiskey. The familiar bubblegum and mystery aroma of iron brew, heightened by blending in 50% Islay whiskey barrel aged beer. The sweet malt and iron brew aroma taken to new heights like a Gary McAllister penalty. This is a beer to have in your hand while you cheer the Tartan Army to glory, but best enjoyed with an overwhelming sense of injustice and glorious failure. I guess it is a bubblegum smell. There's also further pairing notes actually on this can. It says, this beer is best enjoyed with this playlist, and then there's a Spotify code. I've checked it out, and I know that the one for Cranky, which is the Iron Brew Sour, has a lot of Merceau on it, which is great. But it also says, enjoyed with these foods: chicken pakora, chili tacos, and deep fried disappointment. Okay, what else do we have? That's there. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, good. So, oh yeah, that helmet as well. Okay, we're getting there though. Where's the Strachan green? Excuse me. Aha! You can hide from me, Strachan green, eh? Green, rather. HC Bird says, I think I've had deep fried disappointment once. Deep fried disappointment, I think, can take many forms. Just any fried food that turns out to be bad, like chips that turn out to be not nice, or when you get fish, like battered fish, but it's just oily. and it's just like, oh, it's just sad, and the batter goes all soggy and sticks to the paper, and yeah, deep fried disappointment. It covers a surprising number of cuisines, I feel. Mortal Koala says deep fried disappointment is a mood between KFC and stove catching on fire. To be honest, a lot of deep fried disappointment for me is probably all of the deep fried foods I can no longer have because I switched to being a vegan. I mean, I have to say, I don't really miss a battered sausage as much as I, you know, might have thought. Deep fried haggis, like battered haggis, used to be my favourite treat when I went to Edinburgh. Now I'm a bit at a loss as to what to do there because haggis is decidedly not vegan. In its natural form, anyway, once you've hunted it down. Aiden Folk says catering level chips that are all crisp and no middle. Yep. Yep. We've all been there. Increasingly thinking about chips now. But I should have a nutritious dinner because I had Subway for lunch, so should try and hold fire. It's blocking in the gobbo skin. Just to sort of get the colour down more than anything. I can work on layering it up later. There's quite a lot going on this model. I kind of didn't appreciate that. Roswell Walton says, I can get fish and chips for dinner tomorrow evening. Thank you for reminding, Johnny. Family friends run a mobile chippy van in the village on Tuesday. Yes, please. HC Bird says, I'm sure some blogger has invented a vegan haggis-like food. Oh, yeah, I've made vegan haggis. It's just that that's in my own home. I can't, you know, I don't feel like I could walk into a chippy in Edinburgh and be like, hiya, here's a recipe for vegan haggis. Can you batter me one, please? Although, what a world. That would be amazing. Oh, so many tiny details on this model. Should I switch to a smaller brush? Maybe. Am I going to? Absolutely not. Because I think that's fine. Yep, that's fine. Great. Anonymous says, isn't haggis like 50% barley? Not quite, but... Steve Anderson says, is haggis a force meat? What is it really? Always wondered as a chef. It's the lungs and heart of a sheep, right? Kind of minced up. But then you've got barley in there. You've got a lot of spice, including like allspice or pimento, as you may know it. It's no longer really boiled in a sheep's stomach as it was traditionally, I think. A lot of places now just have sort of synthetic casings. It's absolutely delicious. Like, it really is incredible stuff. I have to say. I know people are often like, ugh, about offal, but I think, honestly, if it bothers you, it's a psychological thing, knowing that it's offal. Like, steak and kidney, you know what, sometimes I like steak and kidney, but sometimes I would eat a bit of kidney and be like, that's just like piss. It's just really ammonia-esque. Sorry. But like, heart, delicious, absolutely amazing. And Thunder Cookie says, "Oh great, now I'm no longer hungry. That solves the problem. Thanks." Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I just it's dead good. Right, sorry. Oh no, Aoife Byrne says, dreaming of fish and chips while eating a sad sandwich in work. Mr. McWoggle says, is anyone else hearing Mike Myers perform a slam poem during this haggis conversation? No. Oh. Aiden Folks says, I like white pudding, which is similar but made with pork meat. Yeah, white pudding... White pudding doesn't have blood in it, does it? Tell you what's amazing is vegan black pudding. It's incredible. It's a fucking brilliant approximation of the real thing, and it's so tasty. I really didn't expect it to be like the #1 meat substitute, but vegan black pudding, oh my god. The Bury Company, I think, just does a brilliant one. Highly recommended. Oh, I missed a bit of skin there. That's fine. So I also missed this knee pad. So let's just focus on this leg a little bit. People just talking about offal now. It's pronounced Burre, says Jack Wood. Sorry, Jack. Thank you. Anyway, right. So here's how we're looking. Not shaded it yet, but I'm quite pleased with how it's coming together. I do want to start lightening up the troll's face, and especially this tummy and some of the muscles. So we're going to go back to the skin in a minute. But first I've got a little bit of goblin skin to just paint because I missed some. And then, yeah, it's coming together okay. There it is. Jack Wood says, I'm not a lank myself, but a very good friend is from there. Noted. I mean, I try my hardest not to be one of those southerners who's like, from what? Or like fails to even contemplate accommodating northern pronunciations of things. I think it's pathetic. Like, the north-south divide is real. Because it's been perpetuated by fucking southerners. Like, Westminster's been dicking over the north for generations. But also, it's just such a smug thing of like, what? There? Northerners. Like, it's embarrassing is what it is. So there. So there. Also, everyone I've met from... Okay, no, I've met some tossers from the north, but they weren't tossers because they were from the north. There are just tossers everywhere, but some of the loveliest people I know are from the north, and actually, you know what? You get a real sense that coming from the north has shaped them with an identity of which they can be proud and should be, and it's made them better people. Like, not going to lie, some people may disagree, but I feel like being raised in the south, it's more of... It's more something you have to fight against to make you not a tosser. Like, I don't think I articulated that very well. But like, there are some people I've met from the south who are just so staunchly and needlessly like prejudiced because they're just used to being like what feels like the center of the universe. And it's like, you failed the one thing you had to do growing up in the south is not become a dickhead about being a southerner, and you failed that quite simple test. Impressive. Amazing. Bothers me. Don't know if that came across. Crazy Melody says, alright, we're currently at 3 out of 7 adventurers that have arrived. I think I turned up a bit too early. No, they're just late. A Crazy Melodies is never late, nor are they early. They arrive precisely when they mean to, etc., etc. Cam7155 says, I get what you mean. There's a sort of air of solidarity more in the north. Yeah, I think that's it. Koei OG says, is this a class thing, though? Probably. Like, in terms of Southerners being tossers, I think there is a classist element to it. Aiden Folk says, maybe it's because you work in the media. Possibly that as well, yeah. Rudy asks, Johnny, are you going to have your green man on your hand coloured in or stay black and white? Black and white, never colour for me. I really like black work. So Jaybird says, like checking your Southern privilege. Yeah, pretty much. Like, it's just like, it's middle class people in the South. Mr. Tom for the Win says it's always Southerners that give me shit for being from Liverpool. That's just it. It's such a gleeful thing where they're like, you're from the North. It's like, what is wrong with that? Nothing. It's just like, you're just a middle class Southern tosser. And I say that as a middle class Southern tosser, you know? Roswell Walton's on a super chat saying, I feel the need to reiterate that your Sean Bean accent is truly so spot on, and I'm northern enough that any further north and I'd be Scottish. And I have to say, being Northumbrian and getting called Jock is really annoying. That's just it. It's also really, 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 like, it's just ill-targeted. It doesn't just show that people are prejudiced, it shows that they're ignorant. And that's the worst bit. Where they're like, oh, you're a jock. It's like, I'm really not. And if you gave a shit about not coming across like an arsehole, you'd learn the difference. Don't know. Simon Hallett says, Southerners or Londoners? I kind of feel there's a difference. That's almost certainly true. We're Southerners. I've lived in London for God knows how long now. Basically all my adult life I've been in London. So yeah, probably Southerners at large are different. You know, like, I think there is a sense of community and sort of and solidarity in, say, you know, like Devon or, you know, the West Country and places like that, and they have their own sort of vibrant microcultures. I probably am just talking about London, aren't I? Anyway. Anne Kellogg-Fergic says, so Southerners treat Northerners the way English treated the rest of the world? I was about to say, no, we didn't run in and take all their stuff, but it's true, yeah. Basically, there's just a real sense of exceptionalism with a lot of people in the South and in London, where it's like, we are the heart of what it is to be British, and Northerners are somehow separate from that. It's just tedious, really. I'll stop banging on about this now, but that's there you go. There's another micro rant from me. Well, my friend just sent a picture of a Skaven he's painted, and it's amazing. Sorry, I'm just typing in all caps. That's brilliant. So he's only just recently got back into hobbying and painting, and I feel like his confidence with his painting has been a bit low, but he just absolutely smashed it out of the park on that. What the fuck? Roswell Walton says, I've had conversations with people who have told me that it was refreshing to talk to an intelligent northerner. How you did not break their teeth, I do not know. That's ridiculous. Okay. Here we go. It's more skin work time. Skin work sounds weird, doesn't it? Okay, now, I do have a lot more blues. Like, I've got a surprising number of blue colours here. Oh, okay, actually that'll be good. Thousand Suns Blue is a good one to transition into. We're gonna, because we've been doing, right, so a journey for the skin here started out with this purple. Why is the... Okay, we started out with this purple, then we mixed in some of this blue, sort of dark blue. Then we mixed in some of this blue to go a bit lighter. Now we're going to go just purely with this, then we're going to start mixing this in. We might even bring in some cream to sort of start brightening this up. In particular that belly, because I really want it to sing. MacVox says, Skinwork sounds like a cyberpunk band waiting to happen. Yeah, there it is. Oh no, Unbearable says, now I want this troll to have a tattoo because Skinwork. Ooh, I'm not good at freehanding. It's made me slightly nervous even thinking about it. But, right, we've got some of this blue down. I am going to get a smaller brush out. Michael Berthelsen says, hey Johnny, to really get the colour, add some creme de menthe. What size brush are you? That's actually a larger brush, so we won't be using that one, will we? This is a smaller brush that I've cared for very badly. But we'll use it. Cam7155 says, that darker blue, that's the colour the Crimson Fists use, isn't it? It's Cantor Blue. I don't know about the Crimson Fists very much, but maybe. Okay. Here we go. Layering up some skin. Is that too much paint? No, that's okay. Trying to be selective now. Kind of, so I've just done that little bicep there and a bit of the forearm. Trying not to go wild with this colour, because I want it to be sort of more of a subtle layering. Although I am going to hit it quite hard on the stomach of this troll. Because I really love it when people have sort of smooth blends on their troll stomachs. Like, I shared the details of, I shared the Twitch of Crystal recently, who does brilliant work on, squigs and trolls and stuff like that, and her skin blends are so good. It's been really inspiring, sort of following more painters on Twitter and stuff recently. Oops. Sorry, I was painting off camera yet again, wasn't I? Crazy Melody says 4 out of 7 adventurers. Our warlock has arrived from their last-minute meeting with their patron. So starting to work on this leg and stuff, just trying to get some like brighter areas here now. And then we're going to keep working on those areas, but make the highlights smaller and smaller as we go, and then you know how this stuff works by now. Okay. So, I don't know if I've already mentioned this, but next week I'm not streaming at all, either on the Monday or the Thursday. So, this will be the last painting stream for 2 weeks. I'm going on a little holiday. It's a working holiday, actually. I'm going to a cottage with some pals, and in the evening we're going to make dinner and have a stick a film on, play some board games, have a nice time. In the day we're all writing. So I've got a friend who's working on. Got two friends who are going to be working on a script together. Another pal who I think might be working on a show. I can't quite remember what they're working on. And I am going to be writing Weird Tales of Adventure. I'm going to try and write 2 of them just over the course of this holiday, or at least plan out 2 fully and get 1 in the bag, so that I can just get ahead a bit. And I can't wait. I'm going to take Watson with. Watson's going to bomb around outside. I'll probably be writing on a bench in the garden, even though I don't like working outside. It's just nice to be near the dog while she runs herself ragged with a stick. So yeah, that is my plan. So apologies for not streaming, but I'm going to be off in an undisclosed location having a great time. So yeah. I will probably update people on what I'm writing, or I won't, because it's a secret for the Patreon thing. But you never know. This month's Weird Tales of Adventure is nearly done, by the way. It is a fantasy one. Typically, it is not your normal sort of goblins and orcs and elves kind of fantasy. It's kind of got a more me twist on it, but hopefully you'll enjoy it anyway. Right, here we go. That's the blue coming together, and I think you can see, like, so I've kind of done the lighter blues going around here. You can see that the stomach here is just a big flat area, which is why I want to make it a lot lighter. So, oh, that's a bit too much, actually. Let's get a little bit less paint on the brush. Yeah. Okay, here we go. I'm going to really start lightening up this belly. Like that. So you get us, and I'm going to sort of keep lightening the shade down here so you get a sense of like the roundness of it and the hang. Because I think it'd be good fun. Thank you for everyone saying have a lovely time away. Just wanted to let you know that there's going to be a change in the streaming schedule for a week. Mortal Koala says Johnny as an actor sounds amazing, but I think you're like me and a brain in a jar among circus performers and aerialists. I don't really know what that means, but it sounds like a compliment, so thank you. Just stippling random bits of blue on this now. Keep Calm and Reload says, if you could voice any Disney character, who would you choose? My brain is immediately screaming Gaston at me. Possibly because just that's such a good fun song. I'm especially good at expectorating, but I don't know. Not sure. Any Disney character. I was thinking about it the other day. Jeremy Irons did such a great job with Scar in The Lion King that I couldn't possibly. But that would be a fun part. Basically, I'm saying villains, aren't I? I'd like a villain. I'd like a villain. Maybe even maybe the guy Brian Blessed voiced in Tarzan. Maybe, I don't know. Corio Malayam has done a super chat saying, I'm making a Thousand Suns army presently because I like the lore behind them, even if the meta doesn't favour them right now. Good for you, frankly. I really like just going with what excites me, because it means I'm more likely to finish the project, and actually see it through. So, good on you. Will says, based on that, I couldn't possibly. Zazu. I think I'd be an alright Zazu, yeah, probably. Stephen Paul says, is there going to be a new POC this weekend? Do you mean PAC? Press any Chiodini, Stephen? Yeah, there's going to be no break in Press any Chiodini or anything else for the Patreon. It's just that I'm not going to be streaming on Monday or Thursday because I physically won't be here. Do not worry about that. The series is going to carry on. Which means I get to record 2 episodes of Horizon Zero Dawn this week, which would be a lovely, lovely treat. Get started on that tomorrow. Okay, so that's all of that blue done. So now I'm going to start mixing in a little bit of the lighter one. Johnny as Phil from Hercules might be fun. It's been so long since I've seen Hercules, I'm not sure who that is, I'm afraid. Oh, Chaos says, if you don't want to be a villain, I reckon you'd be a good Sully from Monsters, Inc. as well. Again, that is such an intimidating part to pull off, because the original performance is just incredible. I feel like I have decent Sully energy, but M. Island says, Johnny, opinion on pet snakes? Yeah, I find snakes really interesting, and they feel lovely. Like, I love holding them because they feel really nice, like snake skin. But also, it's amazing to feel something like that move because they're just all muscle, but the skin also is just like, it's so weird. I love it. I don't know anyone with a pet snake, but I wouldn't keep one myself. Just because dogs, mate. Just love having a dog. But I think they're cool. I used to have pet ferrets, so we used to frequent a reptile shop in Camden. I don't know if it's still there. In order to buy pinks, and day-old chicks and stuff, frozen ones. But instead of feeding them to a snake, we were feeding them to baby ferrets. So that was an interesting time in my life. It's about 14 years ago now. This blue doesn't seem much different now I've mixed it in. I'm sure it will be. Let's have a look. Yes, I think that'll be alright. Minute L says, snakes are adorable. Definitely my favourite animals. I do love them. Like, I'm not afraid of them. There's something magical about them. I just think they're really cool. Model Koala says, Johnny could replace Whoopi as the bad hyena, but only if Ian or Brat replace Simba. Ooh. That's a long shot. Interesting shout, that one. I'd love to have a crack at Scar, but again, Jeremy Irons, what a performance. Oh, burped in my throat. See, I can do it. Ooh. Googly-eyed skull says, may I suggest a little pink in the belly as you get lighter, suggesting pink guts under stretched skin? Oh, yes, please. Yeah, that's a great idea. I'd love that. Let's get it. Starting with the back was a bad idea on this shade, but oh well. No, it's okay. Chaotic booty... no. Ooh, that's a Freudian slip. Chaotic bloody mage said, my brother had a snake when I was a kid. One day he disappeared. I'm still convinced he went to South America and is living his best life. I'm sure. I'm really sorry I accidentally called you chaotic booty mage. That's for me to unpack. I don't know what's going on in there, but... Whoopsie. Oh, Steve Anderson says I'd make a good Baloo from the Jungle Book. Thank you, that's... Am I chaotic enough to be Baloo? I fear I'd be Bagheera. I'd definitely be Bagheera. Mowgli, calm down. Stop it. Stop being a dick. Rather than Baloo's like, hey, let's relax. Be a dick, Mowgli. Unfortunately, all the times when Ian and Chris used to call me dad, like, I earned them. Regrettably, I do become sort of the dad of the group quite easily. Oh no. Everyone's latching onto chaotic booty mage. I'm sorry. Another shade lighter on the tummy. There we go. I can see why people like painting these so much, actually. That's really good fun. Scott Perkins has done a super chat saying, suddenly got the urge to run an RPG with Stalker / Metro 2033 / Sudden Reach aesthetics. Any recommendations on systems and settings? Interesting. I think, I mean, I love Hot War. I've talked about this before. And it is set in the UK. But it really has a sort of bleak, oppressive, everything's a wilderness kind of, everything's an irradiated mess sort of feel, which makes it kind of, in a Metro sense, it makes venturing outside very, well, hilariously outside of London, which wasn't bombed, makes everything feel very, very dangerous, and it's just a super, super cool system. It's got a trait system that I actually used quite heavily as the inspiration for traits in the Bi-6 rule system, which is what Weird Tales of Adventure runs off. I could heavily recommend that. People, I think, have spoken... Oh, Will says Mutant Year Zero. That's a great shout. Yeah, Mutant Year Zero is really good as well. I've had a lot of people in the past tell me Apocalypse World is great. I read the rulebook once, and I showed it to a friend. I was like, do we really want to run a game in this system? And we both just got put off immediately. Like, it's just not for me. I think it's quite an old system, and it's sort of showing its age in a sort of tonal way. Yeah, not for me, that one, but I don't know. William Barry asks, very good question. So is Chaotic Booty Mage a booty mage who is chaotic, or a mage of the chaotic booty? So I don't think they'd be a booty mage. They could be a mage with a chaotic booty. Or a mage of the chaotic booty. No, I think it's a mage, but they just happen to have a chaotic booty. That's how I'm seeing it. Like, they love to party and they've got back. You know, that kind of thing. Where's my list of things never to say again? I need to add got back, because I did not get away with that, did I? Will says the problem with the Apocalypse World book is written from the POV of a wanker. Sorry, my friend sent me another picture. Legacy Life Among the Ruins is a better, more sensitive read on the post-apocalypse than... Oh, that's powered by the apocalypse. So Legacy Life Among the Ruins. Interesting. Thank you, Will. Right. So that's another blue. There we go. Gonna start adding cream in, I think. But I do want to get some pink on that belly, like Monk suggested. Where is it? Where's the great deceiver? Where's Naran Hadenso? Come here. You great liar, you. Dab of orange. It's pink. It's salmon pink. Look at it. Look at it. Then mix a little bit of that blue in there. Ooh. Well, it's kind of gone sort of a greyish green, actually. That's too light. Oh, I like it, though. Difficult. Okay. I'm going to do a patented technique. It's not a patented technique. I'm going to do a technique I like, which is to say, paint a colour on something and just wipe it off with a finger. How does it look? Shit. But then you do it again. Actually, kind of picked this up from a Warhammer TV tutorial that I watched. The Marathi tutorial, which I watched for like 40 minutes, despite having no desire to own or paint that model. But I had a hangover that could stun a walrus, and I wanted something soothing, so I just watched Peachy paint Marathi for 40 minutes, and it was bloody great. There we go. It's starting to build up a bit more now, but it doesn't look like I've just completely slapped it over there. So that's that. I am going to get some pink straight in there, actually. We've gone away from that patented technique into a technique that I think could only be called fucking about now. That's how we're looking right now. It's a bit stark, but I'm going to get some pink in there. Eleanor Hodge says, is it really pink? No, not really. That's not a pink. That's a weird grey-green. But... Oh, M. Island says, got caught up in the chaotic booty wave, so retelling. Fair, I have a pet garter snake named Sam. We only found out she was a she because a week after we got her, she gave birth to 31 adorable noodles. Bloody hell, M. Island. That's a lot of noodles. That's a whole bowl of spaghetti. Stephen Paul has done super chat to say, I've been humming the Tetris Type A theme from Super NES for 10 minutes now. Sorry, not sorry. Catch you on Thursday for some. Oh, yeah. Look at that shit. Monk, you're a genius. Using the Great Deceiver, I kind of just started. Oh, I'm really pleased with that. Trying to get just a bit of pink on here. Yeah, big fan of that. Whoopsie. Yeah, it is like flesh just straining, isn't it? Delightful. Try and sort of get the blend going up there as well. Ah, tremendous. Will's done their forms and just needs to get them sent off tomorrow. And says, chat, you are all my accountability buddies. The forms are on the door. You can do it, Will. Great job getting them done already, frankly. So, right. I'm going to stop playing around with the stomach on this now because I'm pretty darn pleased with that as it currently stands. What happens if I just sort of start adding that shade up there? It's interesting. I'm gonna keep playing around with that weird grey-green nonsense. Just on the face. Yeah. It's quite nice for just sort of picking out some of the face details. I'm having a good time with this. And again, streaming, like I would normally, I honestly don't think I would spend 4 hours just on this model if I were just painting of my own volition. I'd just sort of just do a faster job. Maybe put in less effort. But I'm having a great bloody time. Ah, I'm delighted with how that's coming out on that face. Come on. Can't believe I just whistled at the autofocus like it's a dog. The way this colour's coming out, it feels like I'm painting one of those weird do you remember those cups from like the 80s where it was like a purple wave with white and green? Crest cups or something? I can't remember. Feels like I'm starting to get into that territory, really. Okay, I'm taking this little belly highlight much further than I anticipated, but I'm having fun with it, so whatever. It's almost like a sea green, really, and it turns out I like it a lot. Monk says, if you like that belly, more of that pink for nose and knuckles, mate. Right. Yes, please. I'm sort of highlighting with the weird sea green I started with, but I am going to start just putting that pink on as well. In strategic places. It sounds like I'm going to put it on my crotch, doesn't it? Sorry. Strategic places. Painting's fun. Do. How's everyone's crafts been getting on? I was pleased by the number of people who said they were just sort of doing odds and sods, making hexagons for hippos and all sorts. Give me an update. Sorry, it's getting to that point in the stream, isn't it, where I just stop talking very much. Seagreen42 says, I have arrived just in time for intense concentration silence, lol. It does there is a tipping point, isn't there, where I really just start zeroing in on the trickier bits of the paint job. Here's how we're looking so far. Jack Wood says, first pass of highlights on the Meat Boys. Flurglehinge says, I have made and iced a cake for my dad's birthday tomorrow. Sydney Adams says, I picked up knitting for the first time in a month thanks to you. Excellent. Knit on. I'm going to finish a pair of fingerless gloves hopefully today. I haven't knitted in years. I used to make hats. Really enjoy it. RazGrizz148 says, one figure down, 20 to go, plus Le Mans Russ. Let's see. Julia Echo says, only 4.5 pentagons. Excuse me, pentagons, not hexagons. Pentagons to go, and I can start hippo construction. Emma says, well, I photoshopped your face, and now I'm attempting to motivate myself to do my actual job. Yeah, fair enough. Troll. Trained troll. That needs a little bit more there, I think. It's a bit patchy. Okay. I still haven't even started that helmet. I need to remember that detail. Do it in a minute. Okay. I'm going to stop with that layer now, because I don't want to overdo it. I'm actually really pleased with how this is coming out. Come on, focus. Here we go. So we've got sort of a stronger highlight on the face, but also, you know, it's kind of there on the other bits. Oh, actually, I need to do a little bit there. Okay, yeah, we can risk going a bit stronger on these spikes, can't we? Yes, we can. And we shall. There we go. Right, the back's a little bit more broken up now. Quite pleased with that. Right, so I'm just going to go back to that pink. And put some on the nose. Oh shit, I didn't even put that highlight colour on that hand. Let's get some of that back on there. Because nose and knuckles, I absolutely want to get some pink on these knucks, as googly-eyed skull suggested. Googly-eyed widget skull? Googly-eyed skull. Okay, there we go. That's the hand. messages. What do they want? Oh. Oh. It's fine. It's just some people talking shit in the Blood Bowl League. In a nice way. Okay. Bit O-pink. Let's get a little bit more of that on the nose. Too much. Wipe it off. Put it on. Wipe it off. There we go, watered down pink, that's a bit better. Some on that bottom lip as well. Well, that looks really extreme actually on the camera, but it's not as bad in... No, it is. It was pooling. Okay, that's a bit better. Let's do that on the gobbo's nose as well. Why not? Treat ourselves. Some pink on there. Cool. I haven't even shaded this thing, actually. Do I want to? I don't think I want to shade this skin. I want to shade the cloth and the wood. Oh, and there's some metal to paint there, bollocks. Or is that leather? That is both. How annoying. Oh, and I've missed some wood there. Some leather there, have I? Good. We're getting to that late stage of the model where I'm noticing all of the bits I missed earlier on. Good. Eleanor Hodge says, this might have been covered. What is their new tattoo of? It's a green man. Sort of an English folklore symbol. The design is based partly off the green man carvings that my grandfather did when he was still alive. You might have seen one of them hanging on the front of the table in front of me at Oxventure live shows. There you go. M Island says, is there a link to the Discord or is it patrons only? I'm afraid, M Island, it is patrons only. You can join for as little as £3 a month. But yeah, it's kind of, yeah, it is. Okay. Have you seen ABK's Green Man skit from this Friday? I have not, Will. Intrigued, though. Okay, that red. Oh yeah, I was going to paint that metal, wasn't I? Oh, Eleanor Hodge says, lovely, we've had an old copper green man for years. He's properly green these days. I can well imagine. I love that verdigris sort of patina you get. Thunder Cookie says, that healed nicely. It looks a lot less red or pink now. Does it still itch? It doesn't really itch anymore, thankfully, so I'm no longer slapping myself. Itches a little bit, actually, but nothing I can't handle. Okay, that's one chain. Shit. Little metal bits there. Oh, bollocks to doing that bit of metal. That's too tucked in. Too tucked in. There we go. Pleased with how this is coming together. Ah. Let's see. Oh yeah, that helmet. Just keep talking about doing it. I should just paint it. All right, so just picked up the metal on that helmet on the knee. I need to do a colour on there. I'm tempted to do purple actually, because it kind of give a pop of colour that also sort of fits in with the very first sort of base tone we laid down on the skin of this here troll. Let's give that a go. We'll do Zoraeus purple and then we'll use a lighter purple. Thunder Cookie says, by the way, does the troll have a name yet? Not yet. I'm going to wait for it to come to me, to be honest, because I've got a lot of goblins to paint up. And I kind of waited until I'd done and based all of my dwarves before I named any of them, including Gennaro Gattuso, one of my runners. So I'll get there. But I haven't got a name for the team yet, and I don't really know, sort of... you need to get to know them a bit before I name them, you know? I find naming things to be a very particular process. So. Ding ding. Said my hand didn't itch, now it itches because I'm thinking about it. Jeff the Troll Shaman says, my name is Jephthah. True. Or Jephthah? Jephthah. Jephthah. There we go. The Ghost of Laura Palmer says, good freaking glob, I gave my cat a treat and now he's gone nanas, rolling around my work desk thinking I'll give him more. Oh dear. Always the peril, isn't it? Large Martin. Relentless Barry. Oh god, here come the troll names. Trevor the Troll. I have to admit, I have one of my pet peeves. I don't like alliterative names. They bother me. I don't know why. Thunder Cookie has done a super chat. It's everyone's favourite pair wearing a sports band. They seem to be very, very far back in the frame, and that's because their hand goes woof and comes thundering out towards the camera and kind of goes like, and then pops back in. So they're like, woof, woof. There we go. Chaos says, I'm imagining you taking a very Ted Lasso approach to coaching your Blood Bowl team, Johnny. Yes, let me just Google Ted Lasso. Oh. Yes, all right. I've not seen it, so I don't know if this is good or not. Dermot Rumble Britches, that's a good one, says Rudy. That's a good one. The Deep Fried Disappointments, says WhoMD. Either they're shit and live up to the reputation, or they're amazing and your enemies are lulled into a false sense of security. Very good. Matt Bray says, with that signature brown, I assumed Steve Rogers. Very good, Matt. God damn it. Stephen, the troll. Let's call him Captain America. Okay. Linorn suggests a corrupted form of his playing position, like Linebreaker equals Lenbeaker. It would just be Goblin Thrower. So, Gerald Bittman. No. Right. It's going to tidy. I've got one last bit of chainmail to paint cream, and then I'm going to start selectively applying washes to this thing, which is quite exciting. Googly-eyed Skull says, have you a process for writing? Blood Bowl teams are often, I have found, based on a concept, then pun the crap out of it for names. I guess I haven't really decided where this lot hail from, because with the Carriage and Overlord's dwarf team, like, obviously, like, Carriage and Overlords, they hail from a skyport, so there'll be no, like Barak Zilfin or Barak Nar. Ever since they revealed the Sky Dwarfs, I've referred to them as Sky Lads, just because they seem like a bunch of lads having a great time up in the sky. So I knew I wanted to basically pretend that Barak Skylad was a sky city. So the Barak Skylad, and I went with Corsairs because it's a fun sports name. So that's kind of where I went with it. And this team, goblins are so cheap to field. and the friend I did a model trade with has sent me literally all of the secret weapon types. I've got like a bomber and a pogoer and all that kind of stuff. So I kind of really want to lean into the Scar Crag Snivelers like idea of them just cheating all the time. I'm just trying to work out how to get that across. I want to really nail the theme of it before I sort of. I think that is what I do actually. Googly-eyed skull is that I will come up with like a theme and then pun the shit out of it, or just get names really centered around it. One of the guys in our league, I say guys, they're running an ogre team. Basically, the ogres are all on the line of scrimmage, and all of the the Noblars are way back. And there's one called Big Al because the team's called Big Al's Bruisers. And basically, the Snutlings, the Noblars, basically, when someone's down, they all run up to get massive bonuses on tackle zones, and then Big Al comes in and tries to do like a coup de grace foul, and that's the whole point of the team, is Big Al's Bruisers. And if anyone ever kills Big Al, no idea what we're going to do. So that is where I'm at with Blood Bowl teams in general, but also with this one. So I don't know. I was thinking about naming all of the players after like people who'd famously cheated at things or done a long con or something, but then it felt a bit like nah. So Rudy Gerber says, cheating all the time, call them the New England Patriots. Very good. Will says, whatever his name is, it won't be as good as Godfrey Goblobber the Third. Oh, Goblobber's a really good name, though. Goblobber. Goblobber. I'm going to write Goblobber down and have a think. Paper. Why have I written down the words Texas barbecue? Pizza, that's why. Right. Goblobber. That's on the maybe list. Ewan Mulligan says Richard Nixon. That's writing that down as well. I think because the Barrack Skylag Corsairs have all got names like Rutgard Thundershanks, Halgrim Steeltoe, although Halgrim Steeltoe is dead. They've all got very dwarf names like that. But then I've got Gennaro Gattuso. So I think Richard Nixon has got to be one of the players. Absolutely. Whipple Wapple says there was a massive barbecue debate last stream. Yeah, I thought it might be down to that, but actually I ordered some pizza for some friends. And one of them wanted Texas barbecue. It's that simple. So, okay. I think I'm finally ready to selectively shade this thing. I'm still not sure about this fucking red, though. Because I'm starting to think I don't know what I'm talking. I'm starting to think I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. But I'm also slightly worried that what I've tried to get across in terms of what I want from this red isn't... I don't know if I explain it very well or not or anything. So I'm just going to... That's a fucking shit orange. Troll Slayer orange. That's what I want. Or, actually, gold yellow. I'm just going to play around and see what happens. But Corio Malayan has done a super chat saying, I've got a one-on-one session with my DM this Wednesday because I missed out on our last session. My character is in a really bad headspace, so I'm worried where this session will end up. I mean, I don't know if you're already playing with safety tools, but have a read up on them. If you aren't already, just, yeah, give that some thought. Oh, M Island says I have to go. I hope the painting is chill and you have a wonderful day/night, everyone. Take it easy, M Island. Thank you for joining in with the chat and talking to us about snakes and surprise newborn snakes. Right. But Coriomaleum, like I'm sure you've got this in hand, but just consider some of them more safety tools if things get a bit too intense. I think that's the nice thing about a one-on-one session is you can just be like, hey, can we take a break? But one-on-one sessions are intense anyway, even if your character is in a really good place. So, good luck. Okay, here we go. I've thrown some gold yellow from Vallejo into this red. And it's come out a bit like that, which I don't hate. Can I replicate this across an entire team? No, probably not. Am I doing this anyway? Yes. This basically looks like Wazdaka red, but we'll see how it dries. I think... Oh, it turns out what I wanted was a red that didn't look like corn red, because it's all I've ever used, turns out. Oh, I like this. I like the sort of yellowish, the more yellow tinge in there. Yeah, okay, having fun. Here's what we come out with. It looks very, very similar to the red up here, but I'm having fun with it, so... everything's coming together. Good, good, good. Lennon says, never RP without carabiners. So true. Yep. Having fun with paints. Chuck the inaccurate. Oh yeah, because the trained trolls can do that, can't they? I appreciate all of the attempts at naming the troll. I'm probably going to name the troll off stream along with the rest of the team, but you never know. I have written down Richard Nixon and Goblobber, so that's progress, isn't it? Okay, so that's how that red looks now. It's practically identical, but I've convinced myself it's different. So that's nice. Friar Chris says, hello, a bit late, what are we painting? This is a trained troll from Blood Bowl. I'm starting a goblin team, and basically the troll can pick up a gobbo, even if that gobbo has the ball, and lob them down the pitch. Or they might eat them. It depends. So that's how far we've got right now. I'm really pleased with that skin, so that's done, but everything else I'm going to sort of start shading, just to kind of get a little bit of shade on there, really. Duntfeed the troll. Oh, Duntfeed's a great name. Duntfeed. People are saying off stream is a great troll name. I see what you did there. Duntfeed. I just like the way that sounds. Duntfeed. Like one of the dwarves actually on my team is called Bogheck Hardhelm, because I came up with some party dwarves for a game of D&D I ran as a charity thing for a bunch of people, including Nick Jeffrey. Bogheck was one of the party dwarves, and I was like, Bogheck's just a good dwarf name, so I remembered it, and Bogheck Hardhelm is one of my troll slayers. Crows said, hey, don't know if you had answered a while back, ignore me if you had. I'm designing a campaign of supernatural Cold War spy stuff using Pulp Cthulhu rules minus 90% Lovecraft. Any advice? Let's read up on espionage, I think. Like, lots of things like what's his fucking name? Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, John le Carre. Like even just reading the Wikipedia for like the spycraft stuff is fascinating. And just it's really good for helping cement the atmosphere in your head so you can get it out to other people. That Casual Dragon says that was the Oxventure Dwarf too. Did I make Bogheck? Bogheck the Moonbeamless Druid. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Bogheck. Yeah, turns out I used Bogheck more than once. Forgot about that. That's probably why Bogheck really stuck in my head, turns out. Whoopsie. Okay. Alright. What shades am I throwing on these? Just Agrax. Oh no. Nathan Wilkinson says, well, my plan to paint all my Orlocks has hit a problem. I'm not having much fun painting them. If I might ask, Nathan, what is it? Is it the sculpts? Is it your colour scheme? Are you just not feeling it today, or is it just not fun in general? Let's see if we can... Oh, here we go. Nathan says, need to find something more exciting to paint. That'll probably do it then. That sucks. I've had that before. Boghack, who has the exact same voice as Luke from Luke's Affordable Paint Service, says, well, I didn't mean to make him exactly the same. Okay? Not going to teach you how to suck eggs. Shake it till you're bored. I love Luke from Luke's Affordable Paint Service, I have to say. Seems like an absolutely top person. Okay. There we go. Bit of shade on the boards, and sure enough, it looks like it's whitewashed daubed onto some wood. It's actually pulled a little bit there, so I'll try and rein that in a little. Get some Agrax on there. Get some Agrax over here. And on all these skulls and bones. Sorry, I should probably do this on camera, eh? Will just said, "I'll do, folks." I heard that inside my soul. There we go, that's a shade going on. Let's get this glove. Still haven't worked out what bit on the back is meant to show flesh through and what isn't. It's a bit of a mess. It's much to leave it. I'm increasingly of the school of just going, you know what, fuck that bit. And it's very freeing. Oh, I didn't do the metal spikes on there, but I'll do that later. Oh, Luke's Affordable... Oh, yeah, Luke's Affordable Paint Service is now Geek Gaming Scenics, and if you like mini painting, you owe it to yourself to watch his stuff. Very true. Will speaks the truth as per. Geek Gaming Scenics, formerly Luke's APS. Some really good no-nonsense advice for painting and hobbying, including, like, tips to save money on making washes or what rattle cans to use, and just generally speaking... good, fun YouTube time. Okay, that's the gobbo shaded. Let's do the cloth here. God, the last hour and a half has really gone quickly, actually. It's got 25 minutes left on the stream. Then I'm going to take the dog out. And then Sea of Thieves season resets tomorrow, so I've got a level and a half to grind out. So that's what I'm going to be doing in my evening. What are you all planning to do with the rest of your day, eh? What you got lined up? How many of you are having fish after all of that discussion. Okay, that's how that's looking. I'm really pleased with this. It's funny. Oh no. Charlie Robinson says, hi all, very late to the stream, so apologies if already covered, but I'm afraid the Gattuso thing might need to be retired. Not just against women in football, but also gay marriage. Right, fuck that. Yeah, just want to say, like, in case there was ever any doubt, I am fully in support of gay marriage and gay rights in general, and trans rights, and women in football, frankly. So I guess that's the end of the whole Gattuso bit. Guess I'll probably rename that dwarf now, but there we go. Thank you for the heads up. Okie dokie. Oh, Gennaro. Silly sausage. Silly sausage. Homophobe is probably the word I was looking for then, wasn't it? This is why we can't have nice things. Bigotry. So, I'm absolutely thrilled with how that sign's come out, actually. I think I'm going to, once the shade is sufficiently dried, I'm going to work a bit more on that red. That's kind of it, actually. I'm kind of... Maybe do a tiny bit of highlighting on that cream. Yeah, I'm really pleased with this. Arcadia says, I will be practicing Tetris 99 this evening. Oh dear. Oh, Charlie Robinson says those were the reasons the Spurs fans protested against his appointment. Right, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And good on the Spurs fans, quite frankly. Pissing hell. Oh, I haven't painted this troll's eye. I'm going to do it black. Why not? Well, says bit of paint chipping on the metal tonight. Rudy says I'll be playing more Yakuza Like a Dragon. I do like the Yakuza series. I played one of them in preview, and I haven't actually jumped into the series proper, but yeah. Nathan Wilkinson is looking for something new to paint. I'm so sorry, Nathan. I've been there. Suddenly running out of steam on a project, and it's rubbish. Oh, wow. I've just given this this troll just a black eye. Black eye, like a doll's eyes. And it's sufficiently upsetting. So that's nice. Do some yellow eyes on the gobbo. Or maybe red. Red. Why not? On this one as a treat. Oh, Will says, now for you, that troll needs paint chipping. I don't really go in for it. I don't know. I quite like their stuff being all right. I don't know why. I fucking bought a sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit t-shirt and all. Oh well. Eberil 506, we're talking about what you would understand to be soccer, not American football. P.S. Whew. Tiny eyes on a gob. There they are, little red dots. 20 minutes left. Crazy Melody says, I can hear a car pulling up. Almost time for D&D and to roll initiative. Have fun. Little teeny tiny highlights on that little arm pad there. I'll do it on the cream on this as well. Peter Michigan says, I've missed a lot. How did you paint that back? It looks amazing, very vibrant colours. It's just a lot of, like, basically I just started with a dark purple and worked my way up. So I just did purple, and then I did that purple with some dark blue, and then into that I added some lighter blue, and then into that I added some pink. I tried to get lighter, basically, and it's just layered up. That's all it is. Because the more you add sort of lighter colours, the smaller the area you paint. It just sort of adds, it builds up a sense of sort of just layering, really. Charlotte Naylor says, what's the smallest brush you have for minis? It's probably... Did you glade? I did not, Peter. Is this the smallest one I have? No. Where's it gone? 10 out of 10. This would be the smallest brush I have for painting minis. Is that. It's just good for doing tiny details. Steve Anderson says, I have a problem with cancel culture, honestly. In this instance, it seems justified, but people are now just pulling shit said decades ago because apparently people can't change and learn. I mean, I guess the question there is, why are they pulling it? Are they pulling it because they want to cause trouble, or because it was something harmful said on a public platform and they want that person to be accountable for it? You know, because where are the guarantees that person has changed and got better? You know, like, I don't really believe that cancel culture is a thing. What I believe is that people are being called to account for the things they've done and said, even if they were a while ago. I don't really feel like it was ages ago, it was a different time stuff really washes, because, like, you can see people who are like octogenarians who are actually fine with, you know, the changing times, and they aren't staunchly defending the right to be homophobic or, you know, transphobic or anything like that. And basically, there's no statute of limitations on being a shit, and I think it's just, you know, all right, if they said something years and years ago, if they feel differently about it, like, good. And I hope that they would use that stuff being brought up as an opportunity to say, yeah, I was wrong, and here's how I feel about it now. But, you know, it's just consequences for actions, really. Like, especially if your entire career is in the public eye, just have some fucking nous, you know? A, don't be a bigot, is what I would say to those people. But B, just don't say... Just don't, like... Don't be surprised if you say something awful on a public platform and it gets brought up again, you know? It's like when Sean Connery died, and people quite rightly brought up that clip of him from the 80s, saying, like, he thinks it's all right to smack a woman because otherwise, like, they always want to have the last word in an argument, and he doesn't think it should be with a closed fist but with an open hand. He walked back from that statement later, probably because the reaction to it was fucking awful, but that's not going away. Like, that's a fucking horrible thing to say, you know? So, yeah, I don't believe in cancel culture. But, you know, I appreciate there are perspectives on how far somebody can rehabilitate themselves, and, you know, that sort of thing in the public eye. So I'm not trying to have a go or anything. It's an interesting conversation, but I think I think a lot of the time the word cancel culture is used disingenuously, particularly by the right wing press, to just basically let people off the hook for accountability. They're like, "Oh, you're only doing this because it's it's like a woke nonsense," and it's like, a that's appropriating um, black vernacular, but also b like when people are kicking up more of a fuss about people being bothered by something someone said than the actual thing that's being said, I have to wonder what the motives of those people are. And they're like, "Oh, everyone's complaining about racism." It's like, well, yes, because racism is abhorrent. Why aren't you complaining about racism, Piers Morgan? As an example, obviously. But anyway, Thomas M says, "So if something you said years ago was meant innocently but looks bad now, you'd be guilty?" No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't be guilty. This isn't a court. It's you would probably be asked to explain yourself. It would probably be pointed out to you as a fucked up thing you said a long time ago. And hopefully you would take that as an opportunity to say, "I did say that. You know, here's the context, but I can see how that's hurtful, and I'm sorry." Like, that's just it, really. Eccentric Lefty's done a super chat saying, "Thanks for your stream today, Johnny. It has really helped me get through my cramps. My body's monthly revenge on me for being gay. Here's a little tip of gratitude courtesy of my recent pay rise." Hey, congrats on the pay rise, Eccentric Lefty. I'm sorry about the cramps. And, for what it's worth, I think it's just a shitty thing that a lot of people get lumped with rather than punishment for being gay. But thank you for the the super chat very much. I really appreciate it. I am just gonna. I've removed a message from the chat, not because it. Basically, just because the stream's ending in 12 minutes, and I think that message would probably spark an enormous debate that could potentially go places. And in 12 minutes, that is not a debate that can be had with nuance. And I'm also going to ban this weird casino bot. Oh, no, wait, Will's already done it. Thank you, Will. Yeah, so yeah, just that's just why I that's why I removed a message. It's not to stifle anybody. It's just that I am really proud of the fact that this community. I mean, that was our first spam bot, by the way, everyone. We made it. I'm really proud that this community is, for the most part, really just like lovely and understanding and courteous and all that kind of stuff. And I also feel like it is important to, when we are having difficult discussions, have them in a forum where there is time for everyone to be heard. And basically, with 12 minutes to go, that's not going to go well. So, Roswell Walton says there's been so many bots appearing lately. I mean, genuinely, a bit of me is like, I've done it. I've done it. I've got a channel where a spam bot turned up when I was live. Like, it's not happened to me yet. Is it weird that I'm proud? I'm proud. I'm actually proud. It's been a big day. We hit 16,000 subs. Thank you to everyone who has subbed, by the way. And then, oh no, that bot's been there before. Wow, the mod team's amazing. They get rid of it so quickly. I mean, that bot was in there for what, 5 seconds? So they're incredible anyway. There you go. Being raided by spam bots is a sign you made it. Congrats. Thank you. What a weird metric for success. Isn't the 21st century such an interesting time to be alive? Talking of interesting times to be alive, have I spent enough time on this troll to call it done? No, I'm going to do a bit more red. Bit more red. That's what we said. That's what we said we'd do, so that's what we'll do. Charlotte Naylor says it's like feeling flattered by being catcalled. Oh no. uh, oh dear. And it's only Monday, eh? Will says I was just getting them removed because I don't want other people getting in on my free spins. I've always been a selfish gambler, Will. That's a joke. There was one time at an EGX when we were cutting loose. We'd been to dinner, we'd had a couple of drinks, and we were like, "Oh, there's a casino here. Should we go to it? That would be stupid." And I was like, "Sure, I'll go to the casino. I don't gamble really. Like, it doesn't really interest me, but I'll go." And there was a roulette machine where the stakes were like 20p, and I was like, "All right, fine." I think I'd won a tenner on something earlier. I was like, "I'll feed the tenner in, and I'll sit here by myself with this automated roulette machine, zero atmosphere in Birmingham, at the NEC, just spinning." And then a very senior member of Gamer Network, who shall remain nameless, walked in and was like, "Oh no, what you want to do is this." And I was like, they were like, "Go on, bet like this, bet this, bet this, bet this. I promise you it'll come up trumps." And they were like, "Duh, duh, 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 duh." And I've been putting in 20p bets, maybe 30p if I was feeling flush, and they bet £8 on something, and it did not win, and they went, "Oh, sorry," and they were embarrassed enough they just walked away, and it was great. They were quite contrite the following day. They were like, "Oh, you were tenner," and obviously they didn't. It was very, very funny, and it was a tenner I was convinced I was never going to see again because I don't know how to play fucking whatever it's called, spinny ball. Where's the thing? But yeah, that's my one and only memory of being in a casino, to be perfectly honest with you. Julia Echo says, "What are you saying about Birmingham?" Nothing. It's just... Okay, the NEC is not... I don't like being at the NEC because it's far from home and I'm usually exhausted when I'm there. And I'm gonna come out and say it. The Resort World Casino is not lovely. I've got no problem with Birmingham as a place itself. I actually really like Birmingham. But it was just the Birmingham element of it made it more surreal that I was in a casino gambling, I think. I mean, I can see how weirdly that will have come out after me earlier being like, the North-South divide's bullshit and all Southerners are fucks. But you know what I mean. Clem says, "I'd rather use the gambling money on miniatures." I mean, I feel like Blood Bowl is gambling, to be honest, because which way are the dice going to come out? I don't know, but it might kill this dwarf, etc., etc. Bessie Fieldhouse says, "That end of Brum isn't ideal." That's a very nice way of putting things. I'm going to use that from now on for bits of London I think are crap. There you go. I've added a bit more colour onto the red. Got to do a bit on the front there. Spinny ball, where's the thing? Yeah, it is a classic. Eleanor Hodge says, "Ideas to put a casino into D&D." Ooh. I recommend the Gentleman Bastard sequence all the time as a set of books because I think it's wonderful. Scott Lynch is an incredible writer. The second, yes, the second book, Red Seas Under Red Skies, has a wonderful like in-world casino in there, and it's definitely read it. It's great. Crows says, "But the way of gambling in Blood Bowl also includes cheating, which is allowed." Thanks, Will. Wayhan Lim says, can't tell if Corazon or Dob would be worse in a casino. Two sides of the same coin. Because Corazon wouldn't necessarily know when to quit. Maybe. I think Corazon could gamble successfully and come out on top. But I also think Corazon could accidentally be like one more spin, and lose it all. Dob would win big almost by mistake and then just like be like, and just dob it away, basically. That's how I see that coming out. Googly Eyed Skull says, can I please have some bright silver in the scratches in his chinked armor, Johnny? Yes, go on then. I'll do it. Oh, the little pits and stuff. Yes, fine. I'll dig out the Storm Host silver. Will says, I asked for it earlier and they went up for it. You said paint chipping though, Will, which I've never done, like with chipping medium and stuff like that, or anything like that. So sorry, Will, if you thought I was just baselessly saying no, I won't do it. I'm up for filling in the little bits with thing. God, I'm so technically minded. Fill in the bits with thing. Phil Connolly says, the Gentleman Bastard sequence is one of my favourite series. Probably wouldn't have read them if not for you, so thanks. Oh, thank you very much for the super chat, Phil. I'm glad you enjoyed them. It's always a nerve-wracking thing to recommend a book and be like, I love this. And people be like, this is shite. There was one time, was it the last time I was in the States? I think it was. Oh, We Bit of Sponge, well easy, says Will. Okay, yeah. The last I was in the States, I went into a bookshop and I was buying a couple of books for the flight home. And they had one of those things where they wrap up books and just write a brief description on the front. And it was something like liars, pirates, swashbuckling action. I was like, this sounds fucking great. And I got to the till and the woman there was wonderful. She was like, I love this book. I read it myself. I wrapped this one. I was like, oh, brilliant. She goes, just so you know, because it might put you off, it is part of a series, so I don't know if you want to commit to that. And I went, is it The Lies of Loch Lamora? And she went, yeah, it is, yeah. And I went, oh. And she went, oh, do you still want it? I was like, no, I've got Gentleman Bastard sequence tattoos. I've still got it. So Phil Connolly says, just eagerly anticipating the Thorn of Emberlane now. Indeed. I will wait for as long as it takes for that book to come out. I do not believe in pushing authors or anything like that because they've got lives to lead, but I'm very much excited about it. Wraith Shadowheart has done a super chat saying, curious about the apron. The ones I find near me seem super flimsy. That one looks fairly substantial. Is there something specific I should be looking for? I'm in the US, so terminology may be off. I just googled canvas apron. This is made by Under Sky? Under New York Sky? And thank you for the super chat, by the way, Wraith Shadowheart. Yeah, just canvas apron did it for me. And this was like, brilliant for blacksmithing. Well, it probably isn't actually, but it was trying to sell it to me as like a super manly product. And you know, it's good. Right, here we go. Maybe I should have gone in with a different silver, but I've done it now. There's some Stormhost on there. Oh, it looks clumsy and shit. But there it is. Might shade that and do it again. But Will and Googly Eyed Skull, I did the thing. Whether I did it well or not, I don't know. I mean, I do know. The answer is I didn't. But It's something I've always been afraid to do. I'll admit it. I'm scared to do it. So thank you for encouraging me to take that leap. Danny Shields has done a super chat saying Dob would place everything on red, win big, assume causation, only bet on red forever, and the lake would win big. The lake is what Dob calls the house. That is mwah, perfect. Right, with that, with me taking a step into the unknown and colouring in the bits I normally ignore with metal, with silver, that's time, isn't it? That's 8 o'clock here in the UK. I don't know what time it is wherever you are, but I hope you have a lovely rest of the day, evening, night, morning, whatever is the appropriate time for you. Yeah, this has been great fun. I really thought, I wondered if I was going to be able to spend 4 hours on one miniature, and you know what, I did. I'm very pleased with it, and I can't wait to bring together the rest of the team now that I have settled on red and cream as their primary colours. So yeah, there we go. That's one trained troll. I have another one to do, and then I've got so many goblins. But that's for future me to worry about. I'll be back on Thursday. We're going to be playing Tetris 99. If you've got it on Switch, and if you've got the Nintendo Online Pass, you can join in. Then Saturday, I'll be back with Press Any Chiodini. So depending on what series you're currently on, based on whether you're a patron of the right level or not, you'll either be getting an episode of Control or an episode of Horizon Zero Dawn, or technically both. And then next week I'm not streaming because I'm off working on I was writing for Weird Tales of Adventure. But anyway, all this is a long-winded way of saying I'm off now. I'll see you later this week. Thank you as ever very much for joining and, subscribing if you had, and leaving a like on the video if you have. La 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 la, algorithm. I appreciate you an awful lot. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for sticking by, and just generally being lovely. And thank you to the mods for making sure that we have a lovely, accepting community. Yeah, so there we go. Take care of yourselves, everyone, and yeah, catch you very soon. Bye.